quite recently about Anton Senna, the Brazilian
Yes.
racing car driver, and I know there's a couple of things that you really loved in that film.
That was such a beautiful film because it illustrates so nicely what we're talking about here. Do you remember in the film, from an early age, from age of 5 or so, he'd wanted to be a Formula One driver. So there'd been this terrific preparation, intense preparation through his childhood and youth. And he finally won his first Grand Prix. I think it was in Japan. I don't remember. And he must have been, he was young. And he was interviewed afterwards. And the interviewer said to him, "You must feel totally elated now. You've finally realized something that you've been training for day in, day out for years. You must be so ecstatic." And he paused for a while, and the interviewer said, what do you feel now? And he paused, and he just said very simply, "I feel peace."
Mm.
And it was such a... He was obviously a truth lover. He taught a lot about God, but that's the way he formulated it. But he obviously had a deep interest in the nature of his experience, and his driving was in a way part of his quest. It wasn't just an outward quest to win and achieve. It was allied in him to an inner quest, which was actually much more important to him. Later on, a few years later, when he had won a number of Grand Prix, again, the interviewer said to him, he'd broken all the world records and everything, and the interviewer said, you must have finally achieved what you want now. And he said, "What I want is happiness, and I haven't achieved it yet."
Mm.
So he was unusually aware of what he truly wanted, and knew that somehow this activity had a much deeper significance for him. He didn't want fame. He didn't want money. He didn't want recognition. I mean, he may have wanted all those things, but he didn't really want them. What he wanted was peace and happiness.
Yes, and there was also a point where he was asked who was the person he most enjoyed racing against, and he had to really think. And he remembered when he was in England, when he was young, and he was just driving go-kart, and there was an English guy he used to love racing against, and he said they were really good friends, and it was just the love of racing. It wasn't money or fame or any of that pressure involved.
Yes. Yes.
I think that says a lot about him as well, and a lot about just the thrill, the love of driving and competing without everything else added on.
You see it so often in sports, and it happens in all areas of life, that there is this terrific build-up of tension, which is a form of seeking, that the mind and the body are both agitated into this high state of tension, and then at a certain stage that there is this release. You win something, you score a goal, whatever it is, and at that moment there is a complete collapse of the mind. There's this collapse of the tension. In other words, what you desired has been achieved. So what actually happens then is that the agitation of the mind in desire comes to an end. It falls. What happens? Our true nature is no longer being veiled by the agitated seeking. There is this moment, it's not a moment, it's timeless, of bliss. The mind then kicks in and says, "Oh, aren't I wonderful, I scored or I won," or whatever it is. Then it all gets covered up again, or seemingly covered up. But there is, and it's that moment, that timeless moment, for which all sports, it is that moment for which all desires are orientated. My son, I bought him a pair of goalkeeping gloves recently, and I went back into the kitchen. I started cooking dinner, and I could hear this rustling in the next room, and I knew he was fishing out his goalkeeping gloves, and he came running in, and he said, "Oh, Pa, I love the feeling of having something new." He didn't say, "I love my goalkeeping gloves." He said, "I love the feeling of having something new." In other words, when I get what I want, this seeking, this agitation, this winding up of the body-mind, it dissolves. And that's the moment I love. In his childish mind, he said, I love the feeling of having something new. What he meant was, I love my true nature. I love the collapse of seeking, the collapse of wanting, the collapse of my wanting there to be anything other than just what is present now. It's that. All our desires are seeking only that. In fact, all our desires seek only desirelessness. That's what all desires are orientated towards. It's all anybody ever truly wants.
Rupert, I'm looking at the clock. We're going to have to finish. I think that's a perfect place to finish. Thank you very much for coming along and talking to us. I'm just going to show to the camera your books, The Transparency of Things, which has been out for a couple of years, and Rupert's first book, a very deep book. And then he has two books that are actually published in the autumn, Presence, The Seamless Intimacy of Experience, and Presence, The Art of Peace and Happiness. And he's also featured in Conversations on Non-Duality, which is 26 interviews from Conscious TV, which you can also get. So thank you again, Rupert. Thank you everyone for watching Conscious TV, and I hope we see you again soon. Goodbye.
Where are you?
I'm sitting.
Where are you?
I'm sitting right here, broadcasting.
Oh, I've been busy working on my books. I've got 4 books on Kindle now.
Oh yeah. Well, you caught me at I didn't know who it was. Usually it comes through my other line. Caught me at a kind of a right while I was making some changes here. But I could talk to you for a little bit.
Yeah, I need to go to bed anyway. But hopefully within maybe less than 2 weeks, I'll have all the books in paperback too.
Oh, cool.
They'll all be on Amazon. Amazon, in case anybody doesn't know it, Amazon has this site called Create Space.
Yeah.
And it's free publishing. And they assign you a free ISBN number. You have to know how to build a PDF. You have to know how to build your own cover for the book. But there's templates that you can download that, you know, if there's so many pages, it'll tell you how big it needs to be and where you set your margins and stuff.
Yeah, cool.
But it works out better than the other print-on-demand companies that want like $500 to create your book.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, I mean, you can't beat free.
No, you can't beat free.
And the other ones, the other companies, most of them, they don't put you on Amazon.com or anything.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you know, CreateSpace is a print-on-demand company, but, you know, it's free, so. But it's ran by Amazon.com. They're great, man. I talked to them all day today.
Hey,
And
I just discovered you said hello to me. Here, I got so much going on that I didn't notice. Yeah, let me say hi back to you.
Yeah, I just let you know that I was doing that.
Yeah, now what's the URL? CreateSpace.com?
That's if you want to build books, yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Well, it's free. I mean, you know, Amazon's Amazon's like the cutting edge, you know, with PayPal and everything else, you know.
Well, that's cool.
But all my books, I'm gonna type out my name for you. But if they want to look on Amazon, did you ever find that copy I sent you, the first one?
Now, all my stuff in my room was scattered around the house, and different people put things. You got to understand, my health is not, you know, to put it plainly to you, you know, you were part of, you know, my recovery, but I didn't recover to normal. I recovered to the point where I can just hang on.
Yeah.
I'm not going around doing any packing, doing any cleaning, doing any organizing, doing anything. I'm maintaining a lifestyle where what I do is a diversion from what apparently is some physical issues that are ongoing, and there is that's what's going on. You know, my own place is all fucked up. I can't seem to get out of it.
Well, you know, you and I are a lot alike in one area. You know, you've been on the radio for a long time trying to just get some recognition. You know?
No, that's wrong. I'm just having fun.
Well, you know, I'm not making money with my books and trying to get some recognition because, you know, I mean, that's why I put my name on my books.
Yeah, for me, it's not recognition. After the near-death experience, looking after recognition and being a people pleaser.
I've had so many near-death experiences. I say it's overrated.
That's all history. You
know?
Yeah,
I had a couple of weeks ago. I had stroke symptoms, and they took me in for what they called. They said I had a TIA, which is like a mini stroke. But you know, I mean, wasn't any damage or anything. But that's from, you know, sitting in this chair with my circulation cut off for 15 years.
Yeah.
You know that story. So, I mean, I'm sure your ankles and stuff are still swelling on you.
Yeah, I'm doing a lot better than I used to do, I'll tell you. I had some constrictive socks that they issued me, and they cut into my leg, and I didn't notice it for quite a while. I left a big gash in my foot.
Yeah, I don't know.
Nicely.
I've thought about getting those, but I've gotten so big I can't reach my feet.
Are you changing your eating habits?
I'm on that Nutrisystem diet plan. I was on it doing really good, and then when I went in the hospital, you know, they fed me hospital food, and they said I could order anything I wanted, you know, so they had omelets and everything. But no, I'm back on it now. I lost 8 pounds the first week on that Nutrisystem.
Really?
I went with the Premier package. It's like $3.99 a month, and you get 28 days worth of food.
Yeah.
And it's like, you eat 6 times a day.
Yeah.
And I got snacks and stuff, and you know, you can order exactly what you want, how you want. One of my favorite dinners is the shrimp and the lobster. It's pretty good.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But then I got the protein shakes.
Cocaine shakes?
Yeah. So in the morning, you know, I mean, I got a little booklet, you know, and it tells you day by day. You know, you're supposed to write down, you know, what you ate, what you did.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, I know it works because I lost 8 pounds the first week.
Yeah.
But you know, it'll slow down eventually. But you know, I mean, right now being 6'4" and 432, it'll come off pretty fast for a while.
Are you familiar with Google Hangouts?
Yeah, I've talked to you on there before.
You appeared in the room?
I don't know about the room. I think, well, Diane was in there and you were in there. I think it was just a group that you were doing.
Yeah, it might have been a video call. I've been doing broadcasts. I was thinking of doing everything's archived. As soon as, if the connection drops, my computer crashes, I don't lose a thing.
Oh, yeah.
It's published as soon as I hit the stop broadcasting button.
Yeah.
Instantly available.
Well, there's, you know, Google Plus is getting larger. What I like about it, I use a lot of different social medias to share my work.
Yeah.
I use WordPress, if you want your own blog and your own, website and that,
Yeah.
WordPress is free.
Yeah.
And I think it's got 4 million members. I've been, getting followers ever since, since I started posting my poetry and stuff on there.
Oh, yeah.
But,
How do you like Facebook?
Facebook, it's the games. And most of the people, they only want to talk about what the cat can do.
They what?
They want to talk about what their cat can do. Hey, look at my pretty kitty.
Oh, yeah.
They don't get into anything intellectual, I mean, I've only got like 6 or 7 people out of 250 or so
Yeah.
that actually talk with me. And I tell them, I said, hey, if you're on my... Well, one night I had over 600 and some people one night, and I was posting and posting and posting and posting, and nobody ever said anything. And these are people I've known since I went to high school.
Oh, well.
And I had a delete party.
Yeah, you could do me a favor. You could find some interesting guests. Anybody that's interested in your book would be an interesting person to do an interview with. That would be really cool.
Well, I gave my book to the FedEx guy and the UPS guy. And the UPS guy just showed up today, and I said, did you like my book? And he said, but we're talking about the first one now, okay?
Yeah.
This is the one that I need to buy the rights back to and republish for me, because it's with American Star now. They changed their name from Publish America, but I need to buy my rights back to it. But anyway, he said, it's the same book I sent you. He said he read it cover to cover, and he loved it. And he said, my brother's going through some hard times right now, and I loaned it to him because I thought it would help him with his life.
Mm.
And I got a lot of people that, I gave it to, and they read it, and they said, this helped me with my life. So, because there's so many different views in it.
Yeah, that's cool.
But, the thing is, everything I write is just what pops in my head.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be the chief cook and bottle washer of enlightenment,
No, you're plugged into the creative source, I mean.
But I just write what pops in my head. I write, like in your book, the one we're talking about, there's a poem in there called Love versus the Lair.
Yeah.
And it's about a knight and a dragon, and it's written, using kind of some old English and stuff, and it's a good one. I don't even have a copy with me right now to read to you from like I was that one night, because I gave it away again. I don't even keep one for me. I always end up giving them away.
Oh, yeah.
I've given away thousands of dollars of that first one. And it's not just the price of the book that I paid for the company, which was pretty high.
Yeah.
But it was shipping, all over the world, because, I shipped them to Romania, and to Australia, and England, and, all my internet friends I used to have on Yahoo Messenger, I sent them books.
How soon does your contract with them expire?
I think about another year and a half.
Oh, really? So
What was weird was I looked up on the internet, people talking about them,
yeah.
and I seen where a guy said that they let him buy his contract out for $99.
Yeah.
But when I called them, they told me they wanted $299.
Yeah, tell them,
I asked the lady today about that, okay? And she said, we were running a special. And I'm like, you're running a special and selling authors back the rights to their books?
well, maybe they needed money.
But I'm like,
But are they making sales? Because if they're not making sales, they'll be ahead of the game if they take the $99 and run with the cash.
oh, I know. Well, see, I've been, they send you emails every day with all these bargains, okay? If you buy this many books at this rate. And what they do is they just flip it back and forth, okay?
Well, that's what they all do.
They try to make it look like you're getting a deal every time.
Right. Well, yeah, I'm onto the marketing scam. I mean,
It's basically all the same, it's like you can have your book for 8 cents, okay?
Yeah.
And you pay like $8 or $9 shipping for each book.
Right.
Or you can get your book, for so much and pay shipping.
Right.
Or, no shipping and so much, and they just sent me one yesterday. It said, China wants your book. And I'm like, that's great. I already gave you so much money for you to make it available in China. seen nothing but bad reviews about them. I mean, they've shipped me my books when I order them. I can't complain.
Do they tell you how many they've sold?
I get royalty checks every 6 months that usually say no copy sold.
Really? Well, then they ought to go for the $99 for it because they're not making any money, obviously.
Last royalty check I had that had a dollar amount, it was $4.50 for 5 books. No. No. I think they only gave me like 45 cents a book.
Yeah.
And they were selling them at $24.95 plus $7 shipping.
Oh my God.
So I didn't really like my royalty check. It was only a couple bucks or something.
You might want to talk to somebody down there, you know?
Well, people stuck in the court and everything else. They have their contract written in a way. It's got loopholes, supposedly. I don't know. I mean, if you look them up on the internet, it's all over the internet. But, nobody's happy with them. But they do say, you have to promote your own book, which I have to promote my own book with Amazon.com.
Yeah.
But they're not sending me emails 2 or 3 times a day saying 5 more copies of your book.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I mean, I just ordered copies of my book today because I'm going to some festivals. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to have about 8 copies of each book, and then I've got 10,000 business cards. And I'm going to hand them a card with my name and address and phone number and email address, website, and go, if you want to order one, here's all the information. If you want it signed when you get it, put it in an envelope, send it to me, tell me how you want it signed, give me a return envelope, and I'll send it back to you.
Yeah.
That way I'm not sitting there with $3,000 or $4,000 worth of books that nobody's buying.
Yeah.
Now I'm doing like the automated ordering,
Yeah.
But, at least I'll have examples for them to look at. I'll do this first festival here in town and see how that works. But that epic poem I wrote, everybody swears that people will buy that. Just regular poetry is a hard sell, except for my poetry. Everybody says it's unique. They don't, a lot of people is like, I don't like poetry, but I like yours. So, I mean, that's everybody I've ever given a book to. So, and 89-year-old women. In this one print, his mother-in-law and his mother, he said, can I have 2 copies for them? And they're in their 80s, and they said they loved it. So, I mean, all ages like what's in it. That's the first book, Fantasyland, that we're talking about. The second book, Return to Fantasyland, it's got 255 poems in it to go everywhere. A lot of metaphysical, a lot of spiritual, a lot of philosophical. Right now, well, it's not done yet. I have Fantasyland Quips, Quotes, and Quandaries. It's on Kindle, but within a few days it'll be a book on Amazon. It's got 443 of my quotes.
Cool. How you doing on T-shirts?
I just posted some on Pinterest. Because on a Cafe Press, when you put them on Cafe Press, they get buried because they load like 25 or 30,000 items a day. And the only way people can find them is if they go to your website. So I just put a bunch of stuff on Pinterest. Have you seen Pinterest before?
Seen what?
Pinterest.
I'm not sure what the word is because the speakerphone isn't as clear as it could be. What's the word?
I just typed it in. Can you see your Google window?
Let me see. Pinterest. Yeah, I thought you said interest, but then it didn't sound right.
Oh, it's Pinterest.
No, I guess not.
Oh, it's. I really like it. It's where you can put images on there, and you can make an image of a poem or whatever you want. You put it on there, and people share them with each other. It's a sharing site. It's actually getting really big.
Oh, cool.
But you can put products or whatever you want to put on there. You can put it on there. I've got some of my quotes, and what memes are. Where you have a person's face and there's a line on top and a line on bottom.
Yeah.
I made some of those on my Pinterest.
So they sell products with an image that you create?
They can't do the memes and stuff. They can't sell those, but like if you have a product that you make or something, you can put it on Pinterest for sale.
They take a percentage?
They don't get anything. It's just like, you put your website on it and your picture on it, and people can see it. They don't, it's just a sharing website.
Have you heard of Cafe Press?
That's who I use for my T-shirts.
Yeah. Have you heard of Cafe Press?
I said, yeah, that's who I use for my T-shirts.
Oh, okay.
But I just shared my T-shirts on Pinterest.
Yeah.
One of my T-shirts, it says, I hear that people who believe in gun control taste a lot like venison.
Uh-huh.
It is funny. Most of the hunters would love to have that one.
Yeah.
But, yeah, my partner says sometimes I have a sick sense of humor, but, hey.
I always enjoy a sick sense of humor.
Well, after what I did for, the military, I'm a little warped.
Yeah. That's all right.
Yeah. I'm pretty much numb anymore, I went and seen my psychiatrist the other day, and he said I'm stuck on hypomanic. I told him I've been this way for 5 years, and he looked at me and says, I wish I had 10% of what you have, because hypomania is the happy side.
Oh, yeah.
But I've been this way. All the times we've talked for all these years, you've never heard me come on and talk to you and go, oh, my God,
Yeah.
I'm always up, which I don't know if it's just the pills are working right or if it's just me, but hey, I like being where I'm at.
No complaints.
Yeah, the only thing that'll get me once in a while, since I have PTSD, and it's from the military, like if you play taps, it'll rip me apart.
Play what?
Taps.
Taps. Oh, okay.
Yeah, or anything like any movie that deals with like duty, honor, country.
Yeah.
All that stuff tears me apart. But it's because of the PTSD is in your subconscious, and you can't control it. It'll attack you when you don't even know it's coming. And you'll just fall apart.
Yeah. Now, how do you mean tears you apart? That's kind of.
I thought I don't really just fall in that, but I start getting where you ever get where you feel like you're gonna cry and your nose gets real like I don't know. You know what I mean? When you feel like you're having a really trying to hold back an emotional outburst of crying.
Yeah, but are we talking about some feeling that feels good, like a happiness crying, or are we feeling?
No, we're talking pain.
Pain. Okay.
Yeah, that's the problem with PTSD, because when I came back from the Gulf War, I spent 3 years. I was suicidal for 3 years. I used to get drunk and sit with a loaded 444 Marlin in my mouth.
Yeah.
Nothing better than having me. At the time, it was the world's largest lever action rifle.
Well,
It would have done the job right, but
yeah.
my wife looked at me one day and said, "Look, I'm tired of looking at this. Either get help or pull the trigger. I'm going back inside." So the next day I went and seen a psychologist, and they put me on some Prozac and some Doxepin.
Did it help?
Yeah, it did. When we were driving home, I started laughing, and my wife says, "Are you okay?" So the Prozac worked. But then when I got here with the veterans, they told me I was on the wrong medication, and they put me on antipsychotics. I forget what they were to begin with, but now I'm on Depakote and Seroquel and Ambien.
Does that work better?
Well, I'm taking a high dose of Seroquel is supposed to be 600 milligrams.
Yeah.
I'm taking 1,400.
Yeah.
I'm taking almost double what they say is a high dose. Well, more than double.
Yeah.
But, my doctor in the Philippines I had, she told me that with the dosage of medication you're on, if there was nothing wrong with you, it would probably kill you.
Huh.
So, I don't know. she was a psychiatrist, so I guess she knew what she was talking about, you know.
I don't agree with that. I think a lot of people think they know what they're talking about, but don't know their ass from the hole in the ground.
Yeah, but what I take, you know, a lot of people say is just because you're so big they don't work, but it doesn't really have to do with big, you know, because it affects the serotonin in your brain, you know.
Yeah, but how much of it is getting there if it's being distributed over your body? That's the question.
I don't know. I know it works. I haven't been manic since 2000. Well, I'm on the happy side. I haven't had a episode where I became the other me since 2002. So I did ask my doctor when I was in there. I said, so since I have a diagnosis of PTSD and bipolar, I said, would you say that I'm crazy? And he said, yes. Because I have a mental illness diagnosis, I'm actually crazy.
Yeah, that's where you and I differ. I don't buy labels at all.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was amusing when he said that, because, you know, if you look at the famous bipolar list, with Einstein and Newton and Ben Franklin and Abe Lincoln and Poe and Da Vinci and Michelangelo and all them guys, they must have been crazy too, but they sure left a hell of a lot of things for humanity.
I don't even know what your definition of crazy is. That's what I'm saying. The word water isn't wet. You can't shower with it. And I don't know what any of the labels mean. I don't really know.
Einstein's definition of insanity or crazy was trying to do the same thing over and over and expecting it to change. I thought that was a pretty good definition.
Not bad.
You know, but then again, Einstein's hard to argue with. One of my quotes, Einstein said, God doesn't play dice. Okay? I added, you know, I added, but he must have been a hell, you know, looking at the planets, he must have been a hell of a bowler.
Well, the thing is about playing dice is it's all within the realm of chance.
Yeah. Well, I took my quote that energy defines life, not flesh and blood. We are infinite energies experiencing infinity through a finite aperture.
Yeah.
I went further with that when I was talking to my doctor. I said if atoms can retain memory, and say, you know, my atoms end up in a new incarnation, can that new incarnation have some of my memory?
Oh, yeah.
You know, and I said if that new incarnation is able to attain memory through atoms, could that be where they get deja vu?
Yeah.
And he said, you know what? He said, that would be really hard to prove, but he says it's plausible. The only way they could prove it, they would have to be able to track atoms like they track DNA.
One man's proof is another man's nonsense.
Well, you know, at some point, I believe they'll be able to track atoms like they track DNA.
Yeah.
But, you know, in the DNA, that's the smallest building block, but I'm still stuck on how far does infinity go on the small level?
Yeah. Small level?
You know, if you go infinitively small, how small does it get?
Yeah. It equals how infinitely big you can get.
Well, what I figure is that at some point, the infinitively small wraps around to the infinitively large, and they meet. You ever seen the old symbols like from India and that, where you had a fish with his own tail in his mouth, or a snake with his own tail in his mouth?
Yeah, well, I've visualized it as a donut where the energies are. Black hole is the exit of a singularity of what you would call a white hole.
Oh, speaking of not singularity, but synchronicity, I'm having a really weird time with like I'll think the same word, the same time they say it on the television.
Yeah, that's cool.
And I'm not talking, simple words.
Yeah.
And what I believe, what works for me is that it's just letting me know that I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
The same thing with that number 37 that pops up for me every day.
Oh, really?
All the time.
Wow.
And supposedly 37 is in Dream Virtues Angels number book. It says that the Ascended Masters are speaking to you.
Oh.
I had an Indian guru that I used to send my poems to, and we used to compare philosophies, and he told me that he believed I was an Ascended Master.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool coming from a guy from India.
Yeah. I don't see reality like that at all anymore.
Well, what is reality except for something we agree on?
Well, reality is that there's one infinite source, evidently, which is somehow something is created that subdivides it and creates compartments for all of it. And to my way of thinking, all these compartments is a way of moving the furniture around. And moving the furniture around doesn't do anything except for a mind that needs to see all these segments and subdivisions of what is one.
Yeah, but the strangest thing about reality is you got 7 billion people or so.
Yeah, I don't know how they would confirm that.
But how many, what they're saying.
Yeah.
But they all experience reality individually.
Yeah, but it's the source of that so-called reality is like the source that lights both the church and the whorehouse.
Yeah, but what I mean by experiencing is when I take a drink of Mountain Dew,
Yeah.
my Mountain Dew may taste like your Diet Coke.
Yeah, well, we don't have any way of confirming that.
Because, you have different taste buds than me. Like, you ever have somebody who say, hey, taste this, it's delicious. And they take a bite and they spit it out.
Yeah.
And you go, wow, why does it taste so good to me and so bad to them? Because they have different taste buds in it. Their body, they taste it differently.
Yeah, well, I think that's interesting. I used to gag on peas, and then about 5 years later I had some and they were good.
Yeah, well, I still believe in the walk-in thing, a lot of people is like, there's no way there can be walk-ins, there's no way your energy in your body can change out and a good spirit can take your place and fulfill what you're supposed to do. But on the other hand, they can allow for the fact that a demon can come in you any day, So bad can come into you, but good can't come into you.
Yeah.
But, if you look at the body as a capacitor for energy, which it basically is, capacitors drain and then they get a recharge. That's what makes a car, well, it used to make a car run. They changed them now. But, if a battery goes dead, like a car battery, when it goes dead and you recharge it, you're putting new energy into it.
Yeah.
So it's a new essence, more or less.
Yeah.
But there's still lots of people that I talk to about walk-ins, and they've never heard of them, and they look it up and they go, wow, that is fascinating. Actually, on Coast to Coast AM, they take people all the time to say they're walk-ins, and they put them on the show.
Yeah.
George Norrie actually went to my poetry website, 7 or 8 years ago, and he left me a message that it needed further perusing.
Further what?
Further perusing.
What's that mean?
But, perusing, I think it means looking through, looking at.
Yeah.
But I was kind of cool that George Norrie took the time to look at my poetry.
Yeah, really.
But I'm thinking about trying to send him all of my books in paperback with a letter and see if it actually gets to him, because, that show's got, I forget how many millions and millions of viewers, and I don't know what the odds are of somebody working there actually saying, hey, George, these books are for you. I sent one book to Montel Williams about the time he was ending his show,
Yeah.
and I bought Amazon.com because I wanted to see if it was somebody I gave a free signed copy to or whatever. And I ended up getting back the same book that I sent to Montel Williams.
What?
Yeah, I got back the same book I sent to Montel.
Really?
And I called and asked about it, and they said that when he closed his show, supposedly he donated all his books.
Huh, did you, you wrote something in the book to him?
Yeah, I wrote, his name in it and everything.
Yeah.
To him, and sent it to him at his address.
Yeah.
And then I got it back to Amazon.com used as my book.
Wow.
And then I had a guy in India I was talking to, and I said, "You want a copy of my book? Here, I'll send you one I sent to a TV star." So I just re-endorsed it to him underneath the other endorsement. And I sent it to a guy in India.
Cool. That's what you call recycling, huh?
Hey, I can't believe I don't understand the whole story on him donating books. I don't know if they just decide to make some bucks off of them or what,
Well, the way I figured it's like this. There are some people that are working toward goals, and other people that are just living in the present and letting all of it cruise through and by and not attached to a damn thing. So that just fades away as soon as it goes through. In other words, some people create more and more of a story, more and more of a life, and they hold on to things and they drag it to the present, which means there's no room for actually experiencing the unfoldment of the presence.
Well,
Because they're attached and they don't want to let go, they experience the kind of reality that they want. In other words, it's like a blizzard, a snowstorm, and people will collect the snow around them and decide that that's what they want and they want to live with, whereas most everything else is blown by. So it means that each person is accumulating what they consider to be of value and what has purpose and meaning to them, and that is where they basically live their entire lives. And those things they collect their stories and all this stuff, but where the actual presence is, it's raw energy. It's just coming out to be utilized and processed, and that's the presence. That's not the past, that's not the future, that's right where creative energy and life is actually originating in the present now, all the time. No past, no future, just a expression of allowing that creativeness coming through this vessel called a body.
Yeah. I was talking with a friend of mine, he's 70, and he's been going to flea markets and auctions for about 50 years. And he has building after building just filled with stuff that he's bought. And I told him, I said, your possessions end up possessing you. And he goes, why? I said, okay, say you and your wife want to load up for a trip and you want to go someplace. The further you get away from your house, the more you're going to worry about somebody stealing your possessions, and you're never going to leave your house. Even though you're, hundreds of miles away, you're still worried about your possessions.
Yeah.
So you've never left your house.
Yeah, well, attachment has everything to do with it.
Yeah, so like I say, your possessions end up possessing you. I've made a lot of money on my disability over the years. I have nothing in the bank. I've helped other people all along the way and everything. A lot of times, I'll loan, I never see it again. But, one of these, yeah, okay, burn me once, shame on me. But, if I did make anything with my books where I could actually do something with it, this little town I'm in, I'm planning, I'd like to build a community center for, the kids and stuff. But I'm talking a real community center. If I made enough money to make a real community center, would have an Olympic-sized pool that all the schools could have, swim meets at and stuff. And because that'd be great in the middle of the winter here in Illinois, if, the kids could pack up on a bus from town to town and come here for, swim meets and things in the middle of the winter.
Yeah, a great idea.
You know, I mean, I don't know. I kind of, well, the town's pretty cool. The town newspaper puts my poetry in the town newspaper.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. And,
might be a little ahead of your time, though.
well, one guy told me, about 10 years ago, that my ideas, poems, concepts, he said that I'm writing the ideas, the year, 3,000 concepts in the year 2000.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, a lot of my poems, and some people read them, say they can't understand. Most of my poems, the title does not tell you what the poem's about. You have to read the poem to understand why I titled it.
Yeah.
So, like, one of my poems is called Mercy from Mercury. You know, and all of a sudden you start thinking about the planet or whatever. But basically, it's talking about the mirror.
Yeah.
Years ago, they put mercury on the backsides of the mirror to make them shiny.
Yeah.
So, Mercy from Mercury, and it talks about, I was always fascinated with mirrors growing up.
Yeah.
I would look at the mirror, but I would always think what was on the backside of the reflection, what was on the backside of the mirror.
Yeah.
Because to me, I was looking at it, but I'm thinking there's a reality beyond what I'm looking at.
Right.
In actuality, my second book, when I looked at the cover that's on it that my artist drew, he drew all this stuff for art college, and I took, he loaned them to me for covers. But it actually has a person looking in the mirror, but then you see another person behind the mirror. So there's three faces for the mirror.
Yeah, cool.
And I looked at it, it was the concept that I had all my life, and right there it was for my book cover.
Yeah.
So there's your synchronicity again. I look at it and it's like, wow, that's what I thought all my life.
Yeah.
But, I told one guy, I said, what is behind the mirror? He said, a wall. But, no, it's always great to talk with you, Joe.
Yeah. I always like talking to you, too.
I always say talk with.
Huh?
I say I always talk with.
Yeah.
That's one of my quotes in my quote book.
You'd like
Most religious people will talk at you for God. Spiritual people will talk with you about God. There's a difference.
Yeah.
When somebody looks at you and says, in John 3:16, it sounds like they're quoting regulations out of the military.
Yeah, it does.
When I was in the Air Force, it's like Air Force Reg 3510 says your mustache will be no lower than your bottom lip. And whenever they go, chapter, verse, and tell you what it says, it sounds like they're spouting out regulations.
Yeah.
Now, to me, that shouldn't be the way the book is.
Now, the letter killeth, but the spirit gives life.
There's a couple of verses. I've only got a few verses that I really like. I've read the book, But in one verse it says, you must have the mind of a child to enter the gates of heaven.
Right.
And a lot of people go, well, yeah, it's an innocence. And I go, well, what about the imagination? And they're like, no, I believe it's the innocence. And then I go, well, what about another verse? And I said, okay. The one that says, store your treasures in heaven where the moths or rust can't get to them.
Right.
The only way you're going to store them there is with your mind. You can't carry them with you. So it would be about imagination.
Yeah.
So I just use those two verses to back up what I think about it being imagination. I personally believe that our own mind creates our next reality.
Creates what?
Our own mind creates our next reality.
Yeah. Yeah.
We have, they're saying now that our thoughts manifest, okay? There's like, quantum physicists and stuff say our thoughts become things and all that. But I've seen somewhere, it could be a low number, but they said we have an average of 60,000 thoughts a day.
Yeah.
Well, if everybody was manifesting something out of those 60,000 thoughts, we wouldn't have much room here, But what if they're manifesting in infinite alternate realities and infinite dimensions? plenty of room.
Oh yeah, well, there doesn't seem to be any known, space limit.
Well, I mean, I told myself, there was two of us. I'm friends with all the doctors at the VA. I'm kind of like the poster child there,
Yeah.
The two of the psychologists were talking one day, and I looked at one of them and I told him that I believe that there were infinite dimensions. And he looked at the other doctor and said, "Stanley's, there's infinite dimensions." And they both looked at each other with that look like, he could be right. I mean, they're talking like, what, 11 now? They're saying there's 11 dimensions or something?
11.2.
Huh?
11.2.
Well, why do you stop at 11?
Oh, I didn't. I added .2.
But, I mean, like when you take a tape measure and you're going from 1 inch to 2 inches, you can cram a lot of numbers in between those two numbers.
All right, well, let me tell you what entering the kingdom of heaven is like for a child. He doesn't care that there's 11 dimensions. He doesn't care what the size of the earth is. He doesn't care what time it is. He doesn't care about subfiling, moving the furniture around, and creating beliefs or stories or anything else.
Mm-hmm.
He has no interest in that.
Yeah. But, I mean, that falls kind of, a long time ago I did this loop. I said, fantasy makes imagination. Imagination makes reality. Reality makes imagination, and imagination makes fantasy.
I think it's a lot simpler than that. I just think that it's all imagination. I can't see anything that isn't imagination. I can't see anything that isn't consciousness.
One of my poems,
without a middleman, okay? It's all consciousness. There is no person. There is evidently education, programming, conditioning, and there is a group consciousness that maintains beliefs and separations and ages and form and all of that, and I've pretty much chucked it all out. I'm happy to talk with people that think they're people and persons and have all these things going on, but it all seems like pretty much lost cause when it's seen through as the illusion that it is. That isn't to say it isn't real. It's to say that it's a real illusion.
Einstein said reality was merely an illusion, but he said it was a persistent one.
It sure seems to be. But there isn't anybody to experience it. It is the mind, whatever that is, consciousness, awareness. The awareness I had when I was a kid is the same awareness I have now. The only thing that seems to have happened is that there seems to be lots of stories, lots of data that's built up, memory that can take me back to things that apparently, quote unquote, happened, and all of that seems to take care of itself and project it to reduplicating itself. Beliefs that I was educated and conditioned into seem to be continuing, but it's very much like meditation where supposedly you can quiet the mind. Now, if that means stopping thoughts, I don't necessarily think that that's what it is. I think it is like living next to a railroad track. The first month you buy the house, it's 30 feet from the rails. It shakes and rattles and rolls. But 10 years later, there's still shaking, rattling, and roll, but it's not quite so noticeable as the first month.
So what they say, your trains are usually on a schedule, okay? And if one night it doesn't come through at the times it's supposed to come through, you wake up because you didn't hear it.
I don't know. I don't know anything about that.
I have a friend that lives about 50 foot from the tracks just down the road from me. I only live about 300, maybe about 600 feet from the tracks. I don't hear it. Well, I hear the train during the daytime. I don't hear it during the night, but...
Yeah.
I was going to tell you, in one of my poems, I had a guy that wanted to debate this. In one of my poems, I said, man cannot I make music that nobody else has ever made. I'm making a creation. And I said, where did your piano come from? You know, it was rearranged from a tree. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But, you know, I mean, basically, we can only rearrange what exists. We can't create.
You know, I'm caught between two concepts there.
Even conception.
There seems to be an idea of creation in terms of words. It kind of stems from.
Except for, you know, out of all the, well, I don't know, you gotta go back and forth with the words and thought thing, because like Socrates, he said a person cannot be taught anything, he can only be refreshed on what he's always known, which I really like that quote.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, sort of like when, you know, the TV says something the same time I'm thinking it, you know? Maybe I have always known that, and that's why I'm seeing it.
Yeah.
You know, so a lot of those great philosophers, they had their shit together. You know, they had some good concepts.
Yeah.
But then people peeled away from them, you know, I mean, you know, they had the, you know, science with its absolutes. You know, this is an absolute, this is absolute zero. But if the universe sticks, absolute zero is going to be a different temperature. You know, they tell you change is the only constant, but then they say we have absolutes.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
Well, most of it to me doesn't make any sense.
Change is the only constant, but we have absolutes.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
how are you feeling tonight?
Huh?
How are you feeling tonight?
I'm about thinking maybe I'm going to go to bed in about an hour.
Yeah, I have to think. My pills take about 45 minutes to put me out.
Yeah.
I watch, what I do for relief, I watch cheesy Netflix movies, all the murder movies and horror movies they have.
Yeah.
That's what I watch to shut off my thinking.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because I'm always doing, you know, the spiritual, the metaphysical, the philosophical.
Yeah.
You know, every once in a while I just go to see somebody get a head cut off just to shut my mind off.
Yeah. Yeah. We've all got our various techniques, you know.
Well, you know, after 3.5 months I open up body bags, so horror movies don't bother me too much.
You did what?
I said after 3.5 months of opening body bags, those horror movies don't scare me too much.
Oh, yeah. I would imagine, yeah.
But we were supposed to call them human remain pouches.
Human remain pouches, huh?
Yeah, they're no longer body bags.
Oh, okay.
It's a new thing.
Yeah, well, body implies it's all together, whereas maybe that's a more accurate description.
Yeah, that is more accurate
Yeah.
now that you mention it.
Yeah.
I watched George Carlin one day, and he was talking about post-traumatic stress disorder, about all the different names that they've had for it.
Yeah.
You know, it was shell shocked, and
They started with that one, I think, shell shock.
and then Vietnam, it was like something chronic combat stress syndrome or something, and it was a really good, you know, if anybody wants to look him up on it, you know, he did a really good job on it. But
Yeah, and he noticed that they got the phrases for this stuff got longer and longer.
that's what he said. It's like they get longer and longer. You know, well, when it gets longer and longer like that, they're hoping it's like that one movie, Lost in Translation.
Yeah.
You know, if you make the name long enough, nobody's going to pay any attention to it.
Yeah.
You know, so
Well, they hardly pay any attention to anything that goes beyond the norm of dead thoughts and dead. You know, it's just amazing how the mind see that. I think I live among zombies.
well, you know, in one of my poems in the book you have, one of the lines says, "You started dying with your first breath. Why do you fear the transition called death?"
Yeah.
you did. When you took your first breath, you started dying. You just started it.
Well, it depends on the angle you take. You know, if you say life begins at conception, you started dying as soon as you were conceived. It depends on where you want to create an imaginary timeline. Because there really isn't. There's you know, this is what the mind does. It separates everything up into units. It isn't units. It's a flow.
Well, that's like when I was in the hospital with spinal meningitis back in 1965. They were giving me penicillin, and it was called in units back then, and now it's, you know, milligrams and everything else. But they said, we've given you over 1 million units of penicillin, which to a 7-year-old, I didn't really care. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, I have a question to ask you.
What's that?
Can you see that if wherever you go, there you are,
Oh.
and that if you travel 1 million miles from now at any speed, you'll always be exactly where you are, which then means that the you that apparently is always where you are can never not be where you are, even though apparently there's the illusion that you're traveling because you identify wholly with your body. You have to have a body and totally identify with it to give you the impression using your senses that the body is passing something else that's outside of it called an object. And if you look at it properly, you'll actually see and get down to the nothing that you are, which is not nothing except the ego doesn't quite understand it because it's trying to fathom it with its mind. But if you look at that you are wherever you go and you're always here, whether you're sleeping or otherwise, you'll start to see that time is moving away from you in terms of data, feelings, emotions, and everything else. That it's you are this one thing that is stationary, and it's all ringing out from you like a pebble that was thrown into a pond, sending out rings. And from that pebble toss, you, if you were looking at it, you would see all these rings of your splash moving away from you. And just like wherever you go, there you are. Everything that's going on right now is moving away from you in terms of time, and the only thing that keeps it stationary and apparently together is this idea of memory.
What you just reminded me of is a poem that I wrote in your book. It's non-rhyming. I just put it in your window. Try that. It's pretty much what you're talking about.
Infinity. I've walked many lonely roads, past, present, and future. Well, not walking at all, and I ended up right here, right where I never left. But I learned along the way, and that's all I got from that.
That's it. It's just a little short thing, you know, that you think you're moving through doing, but actually you're not, you know. It's kind of trippy. I don't know if that's exactly the way it is in your book, but it's pretty close to it.
Yeah.
You know, basically, like, you know, one of my quotes says, you know, when I go to sleep, I'm going to lay there for a couple 100 trillion years, and when I get up from that sleep, I'm going to be having breakfast, you know, just like I would have the same day or something, you know.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know, when you go to sleep, how long do you sleep?
No idea.
We wake up, clock says 8 hours, but okay, and it says, you know, it'd be like the 2nd of May.
Well, I've been exploring the spot where one feels awake, and where one fades away, and where one fades back into what's called awake. That's a very interesting space to investigate. It takes one to focus and wanting to see it.
Well, before I fall asleep, I see people in places and everything, It's like I astral travel. It's kind of like my eyes aren't closed all the way and I'm peering into other realities or something.
Yeah.
But that happens quite a bit. And then I finally go out. But it used to be much better before I was on all these, medications for my mind. But
Have you ever thought about weaning yourself to see at what point? I myself don't like anything that's ingested into my body that modifies what's going on. I have this attitude that I will only take whatever it is if it's necessary, and I'm very sensitive to changes in my biological system. And so if I'm taking a medication because it seems to be something I need to do, I wonder how much is actually necessary. Have you heard of homeopathy? Or
well, I've had people tell me to try St. John's wort and all these different things and stuff. But
well, that's not homeopathic remedies. Do you know what homeopathic remedies are?
Not exactly.
Homeopathic remedies is where supposedly the medication is diluted, the normal medication, or a dose that would have so-called beneficial effects, which isn't necessarily true because different people have different side effects. So the same medication doesn't affect a person the same way. So we won't get into that. But let's say there's a dose that supposedly helps somebody. The idea is that you take the dose and you mix it in a quart of water, and then you take an eyedropper and you take a single drop out of the quart of water and you put it into another quart of water. Then you shake it. Then you take a drop of that water and put it into another quart and you shake it. And the more that you do that, the stronger the medication becomes.
Well, I can probably believe that because remember Dr. Emoto's water experiment?
No.
You never seen that on YouTube?
Oh, you mean where he thought different things about the water?
Yeah, and it took on different, when they froze it and looked at the crystals, they were all different by the emotional intent he put on the water.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
So, if you take this bottle of water and you're concentrating on saying, okay, I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, and by the time you get the last bottle of water, depending on how powerful you're going to believe that water could change its, structure.
Well, when somebody serves you chicken soup like Mom, because you're not feeling well, it's not the chicken soup that has the effect, it's the love.
Exactly. They did an experiment. They had two people make a cake, okay? They used, laboratory tools to measure out the ingredients, okay? One guy made the cake, he was just a baker. The other one was like a grandmother or a mother or something. And then they had, the family try the two different cakes, not knowing who made which cake, And they said that, they all agreed that the one made by the mother tasted much better than the one made by just the cook. So, I've been believing this for years, that we can imprint negativity into our reality, or we can imprint positivity into our reality.
Well, that's belief is apparently what we swim in, is this belief, and the belief, the hardcore belief to shake, is the one that we are a separated so-called human being. So February 8th, I woke up and I said, I know what the problem is. The problem is that I've been playing all these roles all these years, and one of them is a human being. And I thus reasoned, why would I have to play a human being when in fact I'm just a being? Why not just shit-can the human part and cut to the chase and go, I'm a being? Why do I need to be a human? The human says I am a form, I am a label, I'm a name. So, and I'm a gender, and then I'm a history, and then I'm this and this and this and this. That's all part of this mind that subdivides everything, and then has a whole lot of fun making up stories about what it is. It's like, reminds me of a kid playing in his playroom, and he throws things into the toy box, and then he pulls other things out of it. And what is he doing? He's playing. And he likes to arrange stuff in a different order, and then he likes to build with the blocks and create these different concepts and configurations. But what is unified about all of it? Play. That's what it is. So that's what we have. We have an imagination where we get sucked into the idea that we are human being among other human beings, and that's all we see are human beings.
We have to have social status, and we have to have...
It's all bullshit as far as I'm concerned. You know,
yeah, but I'm saying, you know, that's what they say. You know, you have to have social status, and...
It's like a bunch of kids that forgot that they were pretending. Okay.
Who looks at all of this and see that they are just projections in the mind. Everything I'm thinking, my whole identity is all ideas. Nothing is real here. Nothing is real here. And yet you are sacrificing so much for this. All your ideas about who you are unreliable. And yet we are so loyal to the ideas, these projections. Behind all of this phenomenal appearance we call existence and life, who is the one who watches it? Without you, there is no existence. You may say, if I don't exist, but other beings exist. But where are you to know these things if you don't exist? All this existence is appearing in you.
Okay, so that the cop, little Jimmy becomes the cop, and you know, Susie becomes the nurse, and the play money becomes real money, and then add on all this status bullshit, and you know, who has the most toys wins, and it's all fucking ridiculous. I wish the fuck humanity would wake the fuck up.
You know what I got my psychiatrist on the other day?
What?
I have a quote that says, "Never judge a book by its spine."
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And he looked at me for a second, and I said, when you go in a library, what do you see the most of, spines or covers? He said spines. You know, because the first thing you see is the spine.
Yeah.
You don't see the cover.
Well, unless you're in a bookstore, you know, and they get their books arranged.
But, you know, with the rest of the books on the shelves and stuff, it's still the spine.
Yeah, but I've seen bookstores where, you know, they have racks where you actually see the cover, because the cover is what attracts people, you know?
Oh, yeah, I know, that's the way it's supposed to be, but, you know, I told him, I said, the way I look at it, majority rules, you go in a library, all you see is the spine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But most people don't know what they want, and have never even seriously confronted the question of what they want. You ask a group of students to sit down and write a solid paper of 20 pages on what is your idea of heaven. What would you really like to happen if you could make it happen? And that's the first thing that starts people really thinking, because you soon realize that a lot of the things you think you would want are not things you want at all. Supposing, just for the sake of illustration, you had the power to dream every night any dream you wanted to dream. And you could, of course, arrange for one night of dreams to be 75 years of subjective time, or any number of years of subjective time. What would you do? Well, of course, you'd start out by fulfilling every wish. You would have routs and orgies and all the most magnificent food and sexual partners and everything you could possibly imagine in that direction. When you got tired of that, after several nights, you would switch a bit and you'd soon find yourself involved in adventures and contemplating great works of art, fantastic mathematical conceptions, you would soon be rescuing princesses from dragons and all sorts of things like that. And then one night you'd say, now look, tonight what we're going to do is we're going to forget this dream as a dream. And we're going to be really shocked. And when you woke up from that one, you'd say, ooh, wasn't that an adventure? Then you would think more and more far-out ways to get involved and let go of control, knowing that you'd always come back to center in the end. But while you were involved in the dream, you wouldn't know you were going to come back to center, be in control. And so eventually you would be dreaming a dream in which you found yourselves all sitting around in this room, listening to me talking, all involved with the particular life problems which you have. And maybe that's what you're doing. But here's the difficulty, you see.
www.ThoughtBridgeRadio.com.
Well, if it's a bookstore, it might be a little different.
Yeah. He liked it. He thought it was good.
Yeah.
Then I got one that says the coin has two sides, as they say, but if not for the third one, it can't roll away.
If not for the third one, it can't. Well, that's good. I like that.
You know, because all our life, what they tell you, a coin has two sides.
Hey, listen, why don't you send me some of your favorite quotes, and I'll advertise your book. But I want a URL. Maybe I'll make one up that redirects people to the URL you have. But I want you to maybe think of a few quotes that would be good for my billboard. You know about my billboard, right?
No, I don't.
Well, I have 48,000 vehicles drive by it every day, and that's not 48,000 people because there's usually more than one person driving. So that kind of billboard is about $2,000 a month plus graphics. Mine is a changeable copy billboard. The average amount of vehicles are 48,000, I found out. So I haven't been using it lately, except for advertising my own thing, which is the ThoughtBridge Radio, okay? And if you had some quotes, I could add your URL, or you could send me the URL and I could advertise it with a redirect, you know?
Hold on a second. I'm going to look at this and see if it comes up URL.
If you go to Google Earth, you can see it from the street level.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just go to...
Sure, take a look at my house sometime.
Yeah, well, send me the information.
You can see, well, it depends on it. Right now, it'll probably show you everything because the leaves are off. Because how often they update that?
Well, Google Earth goes by their latest photographs, so it doesn't matter what it looks like now. You're not going to see anything that's...
Yeah, but I'm saying within like last 2 or 3 months, it might still be showing up with all the leaves gone.
Yeah, well, it might. If you want to take a look at my billboard, go to...
just type it in the window and I'll get it. Type it in the Google window.
Okay. Go to, the old address used to be 1 Bridge Street, so that might bring it up, because there seems to be some confusion about 103, but there's the Google address.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
And if you go and look at it from the air, you'll see a bridge. And right next to the bridge.
Now, do I have to have Maine in there with that or anything?
Huh?
Do I have to have Maine in there with that or anything?
No, that zip code will do it, 04992.
Okay, I don't use Google. This link I'm giving you in the window, right here, that link will take you right to like 464 quotes.
464 quotes, okay.
That's all of my quotes. Now, those quotes were written over the course of 15 years. For some reason, I decided to save something that I wrote that was interesting, but they go different directions because my life changed over those 15 years. But that's on my personal website, which is just fantasyland.com.
Okay.
But
Let's check them out.
But there's, you can use anything you want on your board up there if you want. Anything you like. There's out of 464 quotes or whatever is there. I don't know. I haven't looked at how many I've added lately. I have to go to the last. Let's see. Last. 462 quotes. And page before.
Have you arranged them at all in categories?
The poems, if you go to the poems, and you go down in the bottom of the tags,
Yeah.
like if you do PTSD or any, whatever tag you hit, the poems will come up with those.
I don't know what you mean.
Are you looking at the quote page or the poem page?
I went to the quote page.
Okay, the quotes don't have tags. The quotes are they're just there.
Yeah.
And the guy that built my website didn't put a tag thing on it. But this is one. It says if you surround yourself with people that fill in your inadequacies, then together you can fulfill the world. That's pretty good, I think. But then I wrote it, so I'm biased.
Yeah.
But, some are good, some are okay, some people hate,
Well, that's why I said send me your favorite ones. I don't, I'm offering you a chance to get what normally is charged for $25 a day. If you don't want to do the footwork to send me your favorite quotes and you expect me to do it.
Well, I can do it. I was just wondering if you just wanted to look there.
No, I don't want to do it. My plate is totally full, dude. Totally full. I just made the offer because, I could do that for you.
Well, I sent you money on PayPal one time. Nothing says I won't do it again.
Yeah, well, no, I'm not offering this for money. I'm just offering this because it's something I can do. And if you do the legwork and send me your favorite quotes, I do have to pay somebody to assemble the letters and put up the URL. But if you wanted to change every day, that would be different. But right now, I'm running the same thing pretty much daily because this guy that does it for me hasn't been around, and it's fine. I mean, it just advertises the ThoughtBridgeRadio.com website at the moment, I've got clients that I could do, but he's supposed to be back. Well, he was supposed to be back yesterday, and he probably will show up today. He fell in love, and about a week ago he took off and saw this woman, and he's been there ever since. So, yeah, you should show back up. So the board's going to start changing again. But yeah, send me just half a dozen or so quotes, and if we run through those, I'll use some more. I'll sprinkle the sign with different quotes because usually I find ones myself where I use my own quotes, but I like your stuff, so.
Well, a bunch to go through, but I can copy and paste them to a file and send them to you or whatever you want to do.
Yeah, use my new email address. The other one's too full of spam.
What's the new one?
JTB rather than JB at ThoughtBridges.com. It's JTB now. I haven't yet gotten spammed to death with that email address.
Okay.
I should be able to answer, although I haven't. You got to remember something. I'm in the mode where I'm pampering myself still, where I do only what I feel like doing. I don't like to clean. I don't like to organize. I don't like to have to go through my email. And when I was starting to feel low energy the last few days, I just stopped even looking at my email. So all I can tell you is if you don't hear from me right away, you can call me on the phone. That's the quickest way to get my attention. And even the phone, here's a twist, even the phone, I'll redirect this number to a cell phone, and unless somebody leaves me a message, they'll never hear from me, because I don't like telemarketing calls. I don't like being disturbed. All of this stuff isn't necessary. So there's the secret. If you get my voicemail, be sure and let me know that you called. It might be 3 days later that I get back to you, but I will get back to you.
I don't think I've used it before with you.
Huh?
I've used it before with you.
Yeah, but I've changed. Okay, where I'm at is I'm more in a reclusive mood than ever before. I've had too many people, what I consider to be a waste of my time, and I have more than plenty of stuff to do. I'm spending a lot more time being quiet and not around other human beings and all these concepts and stories and stuff. And then when I get tired of the silence, I come out of hibernation, and then I, tackle it because I want to, not because I'm obligated to. I hate the obligation.
Oh, by the way, when I get these books in paperback form,
yeah,
I'm going to send you a signed copy of them.
Oh, cool.
One will be the quotes book.
Yeah.
It's called Spanish and Quips, Quotes, and Quandaries. But
yeah. Well, I've learned a lot since you helped me through that crisis period.
You said when we first started talking, you couldn't breathe, and we talked for 7 hours.
Well, at that point, it looked like I was pretty much...
Well, the doctor told you that you were going to die.
You what?
The doctor told you were going to die if you didn't go to the hospital.
Yeah, well, yeah.
They're still practicing medicine,
Oh, yeah. Well, I managed to get through that.
Well, they're still practicing.
That became the... You know how you can have a 10 if you hurt yourself? That's the 10 you've had. And until the next time you instead of dropping an anvil on your foot, you drop it on your head. That becomes the new 10. That was a 10. There was no doubt about it. I've broken my neck. That was a 10. Changed my entire life. And that day we were talking, that wasn't the end of it. I didn't just, pop up right there. I went through some if I didn't know any better, I died.
I was talking with my fiance in the Philippines the other night, and I've done this once before, but she goes, I've got a migraine, okay? And I felt, when she said it, I started feeling pain in my head, and when my pain was gone, where I felt it, I said, what's your migraine, on the right side, by your eye and that? And she goes, how did you know? And she said, and it's gone.
Well, you might be a, what you call a sin eater.
That's kind of, well, there was a guy in the VA hospital.
There are folks, you know what I'm talking about. There are folks that can take on somebody else's pain and then they get rid of it. Shamans do that.
Yeah, well, there was a guy in the VA hospital one day, and he kind of broke his spine from a motorcycle wreck.
Yeah.
And I told him, that I have touched people and took their pain away before. I said, just take my hand, and I took my right hand and I grabbed his hand. And the next day from my down to my hand, my arm was paralyzed. I couldn't move my right arm.
Well, I would say cool, but that might not be the proper response. but
you know, I mean, I believe that's right. There was a lady that had lupus.
So you were able to dissipate with that after how long?
It took it about 2 days to go away.
Well, you see, that's actually what you're doing. You're taking on, and I'm not sure that that's necessary, but I don't know what that phenomenon is. We do know that it happens, and that
so my fiance, you know, she says, "How can you take my migraine away from 8,000 miles away?" And you know what I told her?
What?
You're not 8,000 miles away.
Yeah, exactly.
We only have the illusion that you're 8,000 miles away. We're all in the same place.
Yeah, I know. That's very interesting. Nice observation. That's why healing can happen from any distance. I mean, quantum physics.
With her. She's in the Philippines, and she goes, "Why don't you talk to me like I'm a foreigner?" I said, "You're not a foreigner. We all live on the same rock."
Yeah, the only difference is an accent or a different frequency of a voice. That's it.
Or, you know, or different skin tone from the sun. You know, I mean, she's real, you know, she's real dark from being in the Philippines. But I told her, it's in America. Women spend thousands of dollars trying to get your skin tone.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, Americans are pretty well. No, I shouldn't say that.
but
Let me just make a blanket statement.
yeah.
People are stupid. And I think there ought to be a show called, they already stole that from me, I think. I thought that Art Linklater's People Are Funny should be updated to the 21st century, or people are fucking stupid.
I always like to go back to Einstein because he had a lot of really good quotes.
Yeah.
But he said there's only two infinite things: the universe and mankind's stupidity. And I'm not so sure about the universe.
Yeah. Well, just because you have a body doesn't mean that you're alive.
Well, I've had so many near-death experiences. I'm like, I have no fear of death. I just see it as a transition, and I know what I'm living now, this consciousness, it's done.
Yeah, you know what? It's not fuck death. There isn't any witness there. It's getting there that sucks. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
You know, I don't give a shit about being dead. That doesn't bother me a bit.
Yeah.
It's actually making that transition called pain and suffering and ouch. You know, that sucks. Now, if you can give me good drugs when I need them, and you can alleviate the pain, all right, I'm ready to go anytime.
Well, I read a quote one time. I like to read other people's quotes too, but this one quote said, the guy said that his only wish was that he didn't outlive his usefulness.
Did not what?
Outlive his usefulness. Usefulness.
Yeah, well, I get, yeah, that's an interesting thing.
Yeah, I don't want to be bedridden with somebody changing diapers on me, you know? I don't want to live to the point where I'm not useful. You know, I mean, you see these people that go to the hospital.
Well, what about Stephen Hawking? He can't even do jack shit now. The new technology makes it possible to hook the brain up directly to a computer. You know that, right?
Well, I know. I've seen him. That is good. But,
so is he useful or not?
Well, they say they're going to have technology pretty soon that they can just put your brain in a jar.
Yeah, that sounds good. I got a phone call. Hold on a second. Never mind. My phone took care of it.
I was talking to this one lady about Stephen Hawking one night. She got upset with me, but I said, since his mind's not running his body, does that give his mind, more room for thought? And she said no, but I don't know.
see, I do a lot of research on the side here, you know, besides the metaphysical stuff. And I'm particularly interested in the cutting-edge technology. What people don't realize is you first start discovering stuff that, you know, was published years ago on YouTube. And then you start discovering the stuff that was published yesterday. That means you're on the cutting edge of information, because it used to be that you would have to get your stuff published from a magazine that would come out, you know, could come out a month later or come out years after the discovery. And now, because of the internet, you can actually, if you know, stumble through all that stuff there, you can actually find places that are actually bringing the information as it's unfolding to you in a very, very timely manner. That's where I discovered a week ago that they've made a breakthrough with a prosthetic arm, where there's actual feeling in the arm, because it is goes to a chip into the brain, and the brain can move the fingers like a normal fingers, but the interesting thing is there's actually feeling in it as well. Now that is cutting edge technology.
Oh, I just wish everything would just shut the fuck up.
Line 8, Mr. Bridges, line 8.
To achieve the state of enlightenment, as if it were something that you can add to yourself, or something that will suddenly transform you into miraculous being, which you already are. But you won't know it if you think that is going to come in the future. Enlightenment, or let's call it the egoless state. Okay, I want to achieve the egoless state. And of course, the egoless state cannot be achieved in the future or in time. It is only by looking through it now that the egoless state is here now. A state that you want to achieve is a mental concept in which that's endowed with self, and as such you can never reach it, because it's an abstract concept of who I want to be.
Blah, blah, blah. Hey, Uncle Joel, when am I going to achieve enlightenment anyway? Huh? I've been working at it for 25 hours now. Am I enlightened yet?
When are we gonna get there?
I can't wait. Oh boy, everything's going to be different. How will I know that I've become enlightened? Will I know it when I obtain it?
Not realizing you are it already. So the ego state, it does not lie in the future. It's nothing to do with future. You cannot make it into a goal. You cannot make, whether you call it the ego state or whether you call it enlightenment, you cannot make it into a goal.
You know, I don't actually have time to become enlightened. I can put it off, can't I? I'll just do it in the future. Oh, yeah. Yeah, never do today what you can put off until tomorrow. That's what I say.
It into a goal. Goal implies future. Because the very entry point into the egoless state or the enlightened state is the present moment. If you make it into a goal that you want to achieve, you miss the entry point because you're looking to the future, because goal implies future. Moment. If you make it into a goal that you want to achieve, you miss the entry point because you're looking to the future, because goal implies future. And that is the dilemma of all spiritual seekers. Because they listen to spiritual talk or read a spiritual book and say, there is such a thing as the egoless state or the enlightened state, and perhaps I can achieve it too, present moment. If you make it into a goal that you want to achieve, you miss the entry point because you're looking to the future, because goal implies future. And that is the dilemma of all spiritual seekers. That is the dilemma of all spiritual seekers. Goal implies future. And that is the dilemma of all spiritual seekers. And that is the and that is the dilemma. And that is the dilemma of all spiritual seekers.
Goddamn computers is just like phonographs of old days. The old days, man. What the hell is the matter with you? Looks like he's stuck in a moment. Not a long one either. Sounds like a residue of the cosmic giggle.
And that is the dilemma of all spiritual seekers. Because they listen to spiritual talk or read a spiritual book and say, there is such a thing as the egoless state or the enlightened state, and perhaps I can achieve it too. And immediately they make it into a goal, project it away. It becomes mind, a mental image of who I want to be, future. And not realize that their very search to actualize that image prevents them from being it now. Because the entry point is here, this moment only. The ego can only be transcended through accessing the power of the present moment. No other way. Enlightenment is only in the power of the present moment.
I want to be liked. That one thought is enough to totally and absolutely cloud reality, totally. Because when we have that one thought, it means I'm daydreaming. Now when you daydream, if you were all to close your eyes now and start thinking of the Bahamas, you notice how you're not really here? I mean, your body's here, but like you're actually literally somewhere else. So as soon as we believe one thought, it's as if we're daydreaming, and we're not even here.
And that also has vast implications for the future, like your brain in a bottle. And it also points directly to the Matrix, where they have whole bodies, when in fact maybe it's not bodies, it's brains, and it may be that during the night last night they had a so-called starship type ship fly overhead and beamed you aboard, and you are now, and you woke up in the morning not knowing any difference, but you woke up in the holodeck where everything was reduplicated from the data collected from your brain, and you have the feeling that you're actually moving around with a body, and the people that you know and love are all just the same as they were before you were abducted by that Starship Enterprise holodeck.
Well, on the other side of that, like if there is this place called heaven, and you get there, and all your friends and loved ones are there with you, but they're still here alive, and you're with your whole family like everybody thinks it's going to be,
yeah,
then you're creating them because they haven't left here yet.
Right.
So, it's like, I like you, you like me, I die, I go there, and they're still with me. Okay, you're with me because I put you with me.
Right.
Even though you're still here.
Right. Exactly. Well, if you want to get bizarre about it, I seem to have witnessed the fact that I've, in this dream, died and come back, and the people are still here that I knew, and I can't prove otherwise. I can't, disprove it or prove it. proof is not relevant anymore when you go in that deep into the rabbit hole. You know, it's just there's no way to know. My mother had an interesting experience when I was 16. She went to a funeral of a good friend, and she came home and she said, "I've been healed of grief." And I didn't really quite understand what that was all about. How can you be healed of grief? Well, Ram Dass said it when his master passed away, left his body. He said, his master had said to people when they were inquiring about his demise, well, where could I go? And Ram Dass recognized that, so there was no mourning whatsoever, that his master personality, the love that was there, was actually something Ram Dass saw within himself. So his master really wasn't dead, he just was still in that data. So what it evidently is, heaven is the data. That's where you put your treasure. That's where my mother was healed of grief, because the outcome of that is to realize that God is expressing itself through everybody and everything. It's just that you have to have the receptor to see it. And if you don't, and you go for the lie of the Matrix, where we are all bodies and all separate, living on some stupid planet, that you won't see that, because you're hypnotized, mesmerized by this dream that we call real.
Toto? I have a feeling we're not in Kansas anymore. Toto? I have a feeling we're not in Kansas anymore.
Nowhere else. So it's only humans who give up the search who realize it's already here. So you have to, one way or another, either because you're totally frustrated with the spiritual search, or because you suddenly see the truth of it, give up the search as if it were future. Now they seem to conflict with certain teachings that say, basically there are two conflicting spiritual teachings. One says, that seems what I've just said, but it's not quite it. One says there's nothing you can do and you might as well totally relax because you can't bring it about. There's nothing, absolutely nothing you can do about it. So let go, forget about all, some teachers say that. Forget the whole thing, just have fun. The other teaching says if you do not want enlightenment as intensely as a drowning man wants air, you're not going to get it. Now, what I just said seems to be more towards the other, that is, you cannot make it into something to want or to get. But really, the truth is hiding. You bring the two together, and how does that look? How can you bring those together? On the one hand, there's nothing you can do, that's true, and on the other hand, an intensity is required. You bring the two together. The very intensity that is mistakenly interpreted as an intensity that's driving you towards a future goal can become an intensity that is driving you into the present moment. That's the uncompromising intensity of this. Only this moment. And that, yes, there's an intensity there that takes you deeper into this. It's not an intensity that drives you into the future. There's nothing you can do is true in the sense that if doing requires future and time, that doesn't help you. And, of course, going into the present moment and becoming internally aligned with the present moment isn't really a doing. In that sense, there's nothing you can do. You can only allow the present moment to be and go deeply into it. It's a question of how you use language. But so in that sense, they are right. Yes, there's nothing you can do. And the others are also right. The intensity is required, the intensity with which you embrace the now. So there's the point. No future state. You're not becoming something that you are not now.
Sounds like less is more to me. You're listening to LiveTalkRadio.com, being broadcast over www.worldwideradionetwork.com. Dumbass. You haven't heard of the show CA?
Well, I have my mouth full.
I can get a letter from the Shriners Hospital. You're back.
Hey, how you doing? You're here. I've never seen someone here.
They don't know asbestos. All they know is to put this thing up on your screen.
Oh my God, 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 oh my God.
You have to be a spiritualist as well, you know.
Nope. Blow it out your ass! Ass!
You're listening to LiveTalkRadio.com, being broadcast over www.worldwideradionetwork.com.
I'm sending you something right now. It deals with love, like you're talking about.
Yeah. Any love there is coming from the one source of love, is what I'm saying.
Well, this is my definition for love, and it's using the individual letters for love, and each word makes up love, okay?
Yeah.
And I've got it on a picture with a flower, but you can't put that on your billboard. But this, let me type energy, right? Yeah. Anyway, everybody that's seen this so far, they love it. It's about love and they love it. And there's my definition for love.
Well, guess what? I guess I was the first person that was either honest or there were other people that weren't being honest. Or maybe they loved it. I don't know. All I know is it didn't float my boat. But Stan is a good guy. He's very tolerant. I don't agree with people just because I want to make them feel better. I'm one of those people that would rather be told the truth even if the truth hurts, which isn't what the truth really does. What it does is it hurts the ego. Because the ego is all full of pride and knows what it knows, and God, it hates to have the carpet pulled from underneath it. Tough love. It seems that sometimes the things that we're holding on to aren't so good for us in the end. It's kind of like getting a splinter. You know, it's really deep and it hurts. And, or like ripping off a bandage. You can do it slowly, or you can do it when they're not looking. Rip! I had a doctor one time. I had a problem with a foot when I went into the hospital. It was kind of infected and had built up a kind of a scabby skin material. Ew, more information you need to know, huh? And he came in like the Gestapo. He had a trainee, an underling, and he looked at my foot. And really, honest to God, I got the feeling it was like after it was done, he was like, he knew exactly what he was doing. He went down, he examined it, and then all of a sudden, he went, RIP! Grabbed a hold of that thing and just ripped it right off. I nearly went through the roof. But it was over. And if he had told me what he was going to do or had given me any indication what he was going to do, I suspect it would have been a lot worse. Now that's what I'll do for you. I'll be more than happy to take your bullshit that I've already been through as your friend, and you don't even know me as a friend. You probably see me as somebody who is an asshole because you don't understand it. Probably like the bumblebee that would buzz against the window. Bump, 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 bzz, bzz, bzz. My dad, when I was little, used to go up and he would take a big wad of Kleenex. And while the bumblebee was busy trying to get outside because he doesn't really have a very large brain, you know, just like some of the people that listen to this broadcast, he took the bumblebee in that big wad of Kleenex, and probably the bumblebee was going, "Hey, what are you doing? Hey. The next thing you know, it was set free and flying away. A lot of times, the adversities that we encounter in our lives, the so-called enemies that we develop, are actually teaching us a very valuable lesson. Sometimes these lessons really come hard, but we don't see it until we're down that road looking in the past to see that it was something that we needed to have happen if we were going to be set free. So that's it. That is one way to look at it. Just one more. Maybe one you haven't considered, and maybe you have. Who knows? Do with it what you want to, because there isn't anybody else that can tell you what you should do unless you want to give your power away. Yeah, to make somebody else the authority, somebody else to tell you what to do and how to do it. Well, you know what? It hasn't worked for me, because in the end I've realized I'm the one that gives it all its meaning, all the value it ever has or will have. And I am in a unique dream. Not special, just unique. And I seem to share some parts of it with other so-called people. And all of us are in the same boat, as far as I know. But I don't know much, if anything. I'll tell you that right now. I'll let you be the expert about your life. And thank you very much. What you have to say does register. But just like you, certain things you're not ready for, you can't hear it. Wish you were open. Wish I was too. But that's the way it is. So you can cry about it all you want, but it ain't gonna do a damn thing for you. Get yourself all worked up. That's the way I see it. As I said, you see it the way you want to see it, and I ain't arguing with you, and I'm not telling you what to do or how to think or anything. I'm just sharing. Like it or not, that's what it is.
Some spiritual teachers saying you're enlightened already. And that's deep down, that is true. Every human being is already complete within. On the level of form, there are all kinds of things that perhaps you could still do and play around with and add to yourself and learn or experience. But in the depths of who you are, your essence identity is already totally complete.
Yeah, this is Eckhart Tolle we're listening to, one of the top spiritual so-called teachers of the 21st century. A book you might be interested in, folks, is called The Power of Now. And I personally would recommend it. I got a lot out of it. I don't endorse it, but I do recommend it. And if you would like to check out more on Eckhart Tolle, this talk came from YouTube. It's E-C-K-H-A-R-T, Tolle, or Tolle, T-O-L-L-E, not his real name. Just for your information, if you care to listen to more. And here's some more.
Doesn't require more time. That's totally complete. It doesn't require more time or more things to be added to who you are in your essence. And really that is what matters. In that sense, only future can only prevent you from being it. Finding it and being it now. So it's for some people hard to get rid of this idea, because it's no more than an idea in the head that I need to achieve something, become something. But it's not really true, so it's truer to say you are already it, you just need to realize it. That you are already fully yourself. You are already fully yourself. You don't need more time or more of anything to be who you are already now. You're already divine, timeless, eternal in your essence. Everything else is on the level of form, and it's a dance, the game, the play, the form. There sometimes you get more, and then you lose again. You can play. So, no more spiritual seeking. Intensity, yes. But the intensity that drives you into the now. Not an intensity that wants to actualize an imagined state. Me as the enlightened one, which you already are.
Sounds like double talk to me, doesn't it to you? I'm just trying to draw you in because I see what he's talking about. Don't worry, I'm your friend. Oh, sure you are, Mr. Bridges. Sure you are.
I don't like any of those definitions, because I don't associate love with any sense whatsoever. My idea of love is pure of any sense of animal sense, which what I would call the 5 physical senses. I don't have anything against them, but my programming was get away from the animal sense, meaning anything having to do with making them the mortal aspect of the physicality of a human being. Okay, that's the way I was programmed.
Most words have several definitions. One is having a very appealing taste or smell.
And I've never used that word in my life.
And there's my definition for love.
Yeah.
That's just omnipresent vibrational energy. The love is kind of luscious, you know. And because you can be 8,000 miles away from somebody and tell them you love them and they feel it.
Yeah.
And it is a vibration, and it is an energy.
Yeah.
So, you put that on your billboard, just L period, O period, G period, E, the luscious omnipresent vibrational energy.
Yeah.
I'll have a lot of people looking at it.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm not real familiar with the word luscious. It reminds me of the word lush, though.
Yeah, that's L-U-S-H, though.
Yeah, but it still reminds me of it. And I'm not I've never used that word in my life.
Oh,
so I don't really.
I'm looking in the dictionary.
Don't really know what it is, and of course the association with lush is not a good term. So this is just wordsmithing, like George Carlin.
Well, that's what a lot of people call me, as a wordsmith. But okay, one dictionary.
Sounds sexy.
Well, let's look what.
Reminds me of not only lush, but sexy and
for most people,
promiscuous. So help me with that one. What is the definition?
Well, there's several here, because most words have several definitions. One is having a very appealing taste or smell. The other is ritually appealing. The other is very physically attractive.
There you go.
So,
yeah, I don't like any of those definitions because I don't associate love with any sense whatsoever. My idea of love is pure of any sense of animal sense, which what I would call the 5 physical senses. I don't have anything against them, but my programming was get away from the animal sense, meaning anything having to do with making them the mortal aspect of the physicality of a human being. Okay, that's the way I was programmed. Now, I'm not saying I go along with that, but I somehow, it's hard for me to imagine it being anything other than that. I guess that's the reason why I could put that on the billboard. I don't have any problem with that, but it's not something, not a word I would use to describe love at all.
But everybody else, everybody that's seen it, everywhere I put it, they liked it a lot.
Yeah, I know, but most everybody is into their senses and have not had my upbringing.
But see, the other part about it that makes them really think is the omnipresent.
Yeah. Well, the omnipresent, I don't have any problem with.
The omnipresent vibrational energy works and luscious. The reason I was using luscious to me was, it gives you that warm, cushy feeling. When somebody says, I love you, you get a warm, cushy feeling. That's what I was associating with luscious.
I must be fucked up because I associate that with the human concept of what love is, which I don't think is love at all.
Let's see if there is another dictionary.
I mean, I'm just being honest with you. That doesn't mean I'm right.
That's what we do together, isn't it?
Yeah.
You realize that, ever since we first met, it seems like we've always known each other.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it does seem that way.
No.
But I'm a real, when I'm doing the self-discovery, when I actually woke up and realized that I'm a bundle of beliefs and programs, and what seemed to be a separation in looking at it, there has to be this sense of, well, what it's done is it's put me in a positionless position to take a look at all these different positions. In other words, what I actually became aware of is a positionless position, and then after that happened, I became acutely aware that my mind is constantly hopping from position to position, taking a position, but that isn't me any more than 3 objects. If I were to ask you where your computer screen, your ashtray, or that book on the table, you would say I'm none of those. And just carry that a bit further to say that you aren't any of the positions or the words or the labels or the emotions or thoughts or anything else that you are, and then you might have a better idea of what I'm talking about.
I just Googled love, right?
Huh?
I scrolled down and I found my picture in Google, and it's got love in quotations, and omnipresent vibrational energy. It's got HTTPS Google Plus, HTTPS plus.google.com post. I said love stands for luscious omnipresent vibrational energy. Underneath it I said, so that's why it doesn't matter if you're near or far away. If it's true love, it's there to stay. And I put Stan. But anyway, when you type love in and look it up, it comes up with me.
Type it in where?
Type love in Google. In your Google search window.
Yeah.
Type love in Google. And it becomes, are you using Mozilla Firefox?
Am I what?
Are you using Mozilla Firefox?
I'm using Google.
No, I'm talking your browser. Is it Mozilla or Google Chrome?
Chrome.
Oh. Well, it might be a little further down. It should be there, though. If you start scrolling down.
Just the word love?
No, type luscious in.
Oh, luscious.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then scroll down, and there should be a picture of, my photograph. At least it's there on my computer.
Well, what I'm suspecting is
Because it was posted November 23rd, 2013.
okay.
At least nobody else can try to steal my quote.
Yeah, there you are. November 23rd, 2013.
Now, you know what my buddy said about that, right?
What's that?
He said once you're on the computer, you're on there forever.
Well, I had a very interesting thought the other day, which I think I've derived from the future, which is non-existent. As far as I know, that I'm the only I am in the universe, which means that I am the nothing which everybody is, and everybody else is the nothing that they are, but there isn't any we or them or us. And in story form, you could say God has cloned himself infinitely.
Well, in school, they always told us when you introduce yourself, you say, I am Stanley Victor Pascovich, okay?
Right.
When you say I stands for the one, and am stands for existence.
Right.
I am the one existence of me.
And then the add-on is so we can tell the difference between God and God, coming in all different flavors.
Yeah. Well, one of my quotes says, if you want to see, if you want to see God, look in the mirror. If you want to see yourself, close your eyes.
I would almost think that would be the other way around.
Actually, I'm doing it where you really have to think about it, because, basically it says we were created in God's image.
Right.
The face that I see in the mirror, when you look at me, it's not the same face. You don't see me the way I perceive me.
Right. No. Well, I don't imagine so. I don't see how that would be possible. I mean, it's kind of like beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but there's no damage control on the beauty. Everything is in the eye of the beholder. All meaning, all purpose.
One of my quotes is, reality is in the mind of the eye.
Yeah.
All right. We go to our radio audience that's located on Pal Talk for people tuning in this Google Hangout presentation. It is live. Some of it obviously is pre-recorded. I'm live until, of course, you listen to this later, in which case I might be dead. But who cares? What matters is you're still alive. And I've invited our radio audience to, if they want to comment on something and stay very focused, it's not a license to go off on a tangent. If you do, you will receive a red dot. Don't take it personally. It must be in relationship to what is being talked about. If you deviate an iota, you'll be cut off, just like they do on those fancy-ass national programs where people try to take the mic and start talking and bringing all the energy on themselves and kind of start competing with the guest. So don't do that, because they'll do exactly the same thing. So let's go to our room located on peltalk.com, a free family chat program making connections through script to the worldwide radio network. We're going over to my angel right now. What would you like to add, Eddie?
Well, I might be getting a red dot for this, but that's okay. So, BD Green writes, what if we don't? And I write back, well, we're going to be fucking you really well either way. Okay, if the dot's coming, so be it.
Well, yeah, I would have dotted you if I knew you were going to say that. That has nothing to do with the broadcast as it is right now. BD Green doesn't exist to the audience. You didn't exist to the audience. Totally not relevant to what's being presented. So, yeah. Looks like the service is coming down in 10 minutes. Our program is going to continue. And if you want to catch the rest of it, I'm going to type in. Well, actually, it's on the banner. And I'm going to type it in here again. tbva.com, and instead of / and Hangouts, it says Hangups. And that's where you can actually see it live. And when you open it up and click on it, you can also just take it over to YouTube, and you can it'll transfer the live portion of the broadcast to YouTube, where it will be on archive. So if you came in late, you'll be able to see where you fit in. But we're going to continue our broadcast now where we were.
You know, because, I mean, you know, you ever take somebody show you a photograph of you and you go, that's not me, you know? But.
Or that's a bad picture of me.
Mm-hmm.
But that's on a level where you identify and say that's a body. How can there be a body if the only thing you can have is a snapshot at any given time that you can show to people, when in fact your body is moving energy, constantly generating an image of a self that you identify with, but as soon as it's generated, it's gone. And, I mean, in a split second, everything is absolutely 100% different, except the I am, the awareness of what apparently is this idea of time and space and distance.
I wish I had my book with me right now, because I wrote a poem called Emotional Eyes, talking about, you know, the image you see in the mirror.
Yeah.
I'm looking at my files to see if I have it. I don't think I have my first book on a file. But it's in your book. It's called Emotional Eyes, and it explains what we're talking about. You know, the fact that when I look in the eyes, I have a life of emotions that bring my eyes pain. You know, things that have been ingrained in your brain, you know, things like you're fat, you're ugly, you know, it's all there. So when you're looking in the mirror, you know, your subconscious is morphing you to what you believe you're seeing.
Yeah.
From your life and what people have said. That poem, Emotional Eyes, everybody that's read that in that book, they love
case of seeing is indulging in a belief, which, from what I've seen, is as changeable as the weather.
Well,
change your thinking, changing your belief. You change your energy, your vibrational frequency changes with your beliefs, and depending on how imprisoning they are, that's what you get, because you're going to experience your beliefs. If you're vibrating at a higher frequency, which means you cut the ballast of all this dead weight that's dragging you down, you don't have to do anything except find out that less is more. And as you find out less is more, you can either be earth-based, grounded, heavy, or you can in fact go to a higher frequency of vibration by cutting loose all of the excess baggage that you seem to have collected over the years by making up a sense of a self out of a bundle of beliefs.
Well, that fiance I have in the Philippines, we were laying in bed one day, and she looks at me, and she goes, "This is strange." And I said, "What?" She says, "When I look at you, I don't see your face, I see my face." Which, I think she was seeing the beauty that I see in her.
Yeah.
But I thought, as far as two people in love, somebody couldn't have said a more beautiful thing.
Really?
But her and I, personality-wise, we've been together 5 years, and we've had like 2 little minor arguments in 5 years. I mean, she's awesome to be with. But as soon as I write something, she's like, "Let me read it." To find a woman that takes interest in your interests,
yeah,
you don't find that often.
No.
And that epic poem that I wrote, she swears, and the guy that edited it, they swear that epic poem will sell tons of copies.
She swears what?
That swears it'll sell tons of copies. That might be something I might have to talk to you about advertising on your billboard.
Something of copies. I didn't catch the word before that.
Tons of copies.
Tons?
Yeah, my buddy that edited it for me for the punctuation, because I don't punctuate well.
Yeah.
He reads books all the time, and he's, really critical about reading. He hates the fact I can't punctuate, but I write so fast, I don't have time to worry about dots and spots,
My best friends are the people that tell it like it is. I don't care what the opinion is. I still have to decide what it is myself. So I mean, I take criticism and praise equally.
You'll get, as soon as I get these books, I'll give you your address, and I will send you the books. And when you see that, the epic one, I mean, I got sexually explicit with the sorceress and stuff. She uses and abuses men, but I had fun with it.
Yeah, why not?
The story is she has 9 vampires that she has to kill that the devil created. I went totally away from mainstream Dracula.
Oh yeah, cool.
And in the end, she has to fight the devil, who she's already seen in the beginning.
I found out who the devil is.
He dwells within, just like God, right?
Yeah, I found out it was me. I'm the devil!
Well,
it's only, that's a concept. What I have within me is the full range.
One of the strangest things in the Bible is it says that God created Satan perfect in every way, but he fell from iniquity. Now, how can somebody that's perfect in every way screw up?
Yeah, well, there's a few inconsistencies in the Bible, which obviously is either a coded message or there's something else going on.
But you know what I'm saying, though? I mean, it says he's perfect in every way.
Well, God, in the Bible, it was probably 20 years ago, a friend pointed out to me, and I didn't really believe it. He said God created evil.
Yeah, he said, it says in Genesis, I create good, I create, evil, I create all things.
I thought it was another book. Don't remember it being in Genesis.
I thought it was in Genesis.
Sure? Well, easy enough with a computer to find it. I create good, I create evil.
All you have to do
is put it in quotes and press enter on a Google search engine.
Bible verses. Just type Bible verses.
Oh, I was going to tell you something while you're looking that up. Do you know how easy it would be for a completely computerized, I mean a supercomputer, I mean there's some indications that they're talking this stuff now, that it's very much like the holodeck that we're in, and I use that term loosely, that I'm in, where the technology is such that you think you're watching the same program or listening to the same song on the radio as somebody else, but you know how easy it would be for a supercomputer to give you the song that you were just thinking on the radio?
Oh, I don't know how I'm coming up with the same thing on the TV at the same time I'm thinking about it.
That's what I'm telling you, okay?
It's weird. Well, a long time ago I wrote this. I'm going to try to remember it, okay?
The synchronicity seems to happen more and more as you're willing to let stuff go. I don't know what your thing is that's going on with you, but I've noticed that as I've been willing to let go of any kind of self-will, meaning the ego's sense of self-will, want and desire and all this kind of crap, that this stuff unfolds, and it's I'm getting the same kind of messages.
Well, with me, like, you know, I had antiques that were my grandmother's and my mother's and stuff, and people would come over and they'd go, I like it. I'm like, you want it? And they're like, oh, you'll give it to me? I'm like, yeah, take it home. I got rid of everything. I have no, I mean, I've got about, I don't know how many DVDs up here, and people borrow a bunch and never brought them back, and I don't get upset. You remember the movie Crocodile Dundee?
Vaguely.
He was talking about the Aborigines and, you know, and people from Australia fighting over land, you know.
Yeah.
And he says nobody owns the land. You use it for a little bit of time, but nobody ever owns it.
Yeah.
Same with your material things. You don't own it.
Well, that's a very strong concept in the West, ownership.
Yeah, but you don't own it. You get to use it. You know, a lot of your treasures, when you die, most of the time, they end up in a dumpster.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Your family comes in, and, you know, and I was talking to one lady, I think she was like 78, and she was telling me she still had her metal toys and stuff from when she was a kid and everything.
Yeah.
And she goes, when I die, they're going to my children. And I said, why don't you give them to them now so you can watch them enjoy them? You know, why do people have to wait till they die? You know, it's like the kids can be struggling with their rent and electric and food, and the parents have $100,000 in the bank that they get when they die. Why can't they give it to them when they're living? You know, I don't understand that.
Well, that has to do with a false sense of security that you might need it.
Yeah. Well, I spend every dollar I make every payday, and I go from payday to payday, and I figure if I live to the next payday, I'll get paid. If I don't live to the next payday, I took it with me.
Yeah.
Somebody said you can't take your money with you? Yeah, you can. Spend every dime you got, and you can take it with you.
Yeah, but, you know, these processes of waking up, like waking up to the fact that, you know, that is the way it is, doesn't necessarily mean that is what you need to do. People that are enjoying what they have because they have a resource, see, I don't think it's a this or that. I think it's...
Well, you know, if you got $2 billion in the bank, how much of that do you really need?
Depends on what your overhead is.
But you know what and then why do you have overhead? Because of your status?
Well, just don't forget that if you have 5 mansions, you have 5 mansions of staff that are being employed.
And you still have 5 mansions because of status? Like you need 5 mansions, you can only live in one house at a time.
Exactly. You can only shit on one toilet at a time.
You know,
the Queen of England, you know, she has this role to play that she's the Queen of England, you know, and it's all about status and etiquette and manners and power and all this kind of stuff, but she's no better off than anybody else. She can only occupy one space.
Well, there's a quote that goes really good for the rich and the people that have status.
Yeah.
And the quote is really good. It game's over, the king and the pawn go in the same box.
Yeah.
That's what they don't understand.
Well, they're living their lives in the illusion, and I don't see.
I mean, $2 billion in the bank is not going to get you any further than a guy that's living under the cardboard box when he dies.
Let me ask you something. I'll give you an example. Bill Gates has billions of dollars, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's say Bill Gates donates $10 billion to alleviate the food crisis.
Mm-hmm.
What happens when he goes out to buy food? Is there any more food available than there today where he's going to spend $10 billion on food? Is there any more food?
Well, supposedly we have enough food to feed the world, you know.
Well, wait a minute.
A lot of places.
Slow down. This is deeper than that.
Mm-hmm.
There's $10 billion he's going to spend on food to feed the hungry.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any more food available now that he's going to spend $10 billion on food?
Depends on if he was paying more farmers to create more food.
Well, that's not what I said. I said he's going to spend $10 billion today on food. There's no more food.
If he bought $10 billion worth of food and sent it to a foreign country, he would make a $10 billion deficit where he bought it.
Yeah, but think about it. There is no more food. What would happen to food prices? You see, you can't, just because you have money, the concept of money is fucked because $10 billion, if it was spent, what money actually is an energy exchange. Everything that you see was created by the intelligence that is directly from the source, but human beings in their believing in lies and making other gods besides the one God makes money into something that's totally different than what it actually is. There is no more food than if he was going to spend $10 billion today. Where are you going to get the more food?
That's what I'm saying. You would have to have more production by the people that make the food.
Right, and when somebody spends $10 billion on defense, what does that mean? You have human beings that are actually working on these inventions in order to defend against war or to pursue war, and these are human beings that could be diverted into food production. The fact of the matter is that what's going on is the way the system is set up, that the money is merely deciding what human beings go to work and when and what for. That's it.
It's all slavery.
So if you say, like, for instance, you have $100, you can go out if you have a lot of money and you can buy the best, well, let's say $200. You can go out and buy the best shoes, the best name brand shoes, and I'm sure some of them cost even more than that.
Oh, yeah, like $1,500.
Or you could go out and buy a set of shoes that would probably even wear better, that is a no brand, okay, for $50.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
you know, my friend complains.
So what's the difference?
Yeah, my friend complains about, like, say, you know, Philippines, for instance, right? He says that, you know, he doesn't like slave labor in the Philippines. And I said, you know, the people over there are just happy that they have a job that they can buy food with.
Right.
You know, he said, you know, because over there, the average wage in the Philippines is like $1 or $2 a day.
Hey, do you think you could get me some slave labor that would work on websites for me?
Over there, you could find Filipinos with college degrees who would work really cheap.
Yeah, but I'm not over there. You might be, or you're...
No, my fiance could probably find somebody.
Yeah, that would be really cool, because I could really use, you know, a great website, and if I could give more than twice more than they would normally earn at anything else, I wouldn't feel so bad, and it would go for a worthy cause.
Well, see, when I was there, I had a little guy come over, and I had a little, you know, a little grass lawn in front of my building, but I wanted to grow, you know, okra and, you know, different things I could eat. cars and flipped them over. And he got done, and I gave him 1,000 pesos. Well, 1,000 pesos equates out to about $22. And Mary Jane, my fiance, is like, "Oh, you're doing too much." I said, "He's got a family. He's got kids." You know, the guy, what he did for a living was he drove a motorcycle with a sidecar. You know, they put like 10 people on these motorcycles. But anyway, what he did was when he got to $22, he took 3 days off, and all he did was drink. But I don't care what he did with the money. He got a vacation. You know, but like my fiance, I give her money every month. I don't ask for what she spends on. One time she bought her mother some earrings, and she told me they were $369 for these gold earrings. And I told my ex-sister-in-law that she did it, and she said, "Oh, I would never send her money again." I said, "You know, my mom's dead, and I never even sent her Mother's Day cards. I'm glad she was able to do that for her mother." You know? But, you know, I mean, I look at money totally different than other people. I mean, if you give money to somebody that's going to help them, you know, and, you know, then you got to decide what you consider helping, okay?
Yeah.
If you give somebody $50 because you think they need it, and they go buy $50 worth of weed, you go, "Oh my God, they bought $50 worth of weed." Well, during that smoking of that $50 worth of weed, they could have attained a consciousness. They thought out something about how to get their shit together or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
So you never know. You know, when you give the money or people earn money away, what I'm looking at is like saying like a catalyst. You know,
right.
You start something in movement, and where it goes after you release the money, it's no longer your problem.
Right, exactly. You got it right.
You know, once
you hit the nail right on the head. You don't give because somebody has to report back to you or even say thank you, for Christ's sake. The gift of the giving is giving. Period. That's what you get. You got to give. That's the gift.
My dad was in the Philippines in World War II. He was in the Navy. And he said he seen a guy with a wheelbarrow full of money go into the store to buy one loaf of bread. That was how much their money had depreciated because the Japanese had taken over the island. I used to have 100 pesos, and on the back side of it, it had the rising sun. It was a 1943 100 peso from the Philippines.
Wow.
And on the back it said the Japanese government, because at one time the Japanese controlled the Philippines until we kicked them out of there.
Yeah.
But, you know, when your economy crashes, you know, going to the store with a wheelbarrow full of money to buy one loaf of bread.
Yeah, well, how the hell would they must have had boxes of that money there for the items in the store. Oh, my God, you know. Holy shit. Hey, if you can remember, do mention that to your fiancé, you know, that I'm looking for somebody that's...
Well, you know, her brother actually works on computers for colleges.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, he gets actually paid pretty good money, but since he works for colleges,
yeah,
you know, it's college students.
Oh, yeah. Well, if there's somebody that was good at doing website stuff and
he can probably get you a computer graphics guy.
Yeah, I'm looking for an all-around guy that can, you know, might be more than one guy, you know, for doing the graphics and
you might be able to find you one that can do everything.
Yeah.
You know, and the guy might be happy in one thing because he's working with you and you're an American. The Filipinos really think highly of Americans.
Well, I could add some perks that I could also advertise. You know, what he does for me could be an example of his work, you know, too, which could be...
Yeah, he could get, you know, have his own website.
Right.
As a website builder or whatever.
Exactly. Could be a future job for him.
You know, that website of mine, I don't know if you noticed, did you see the homepage of my website? Hold on, I'll give you the link.
Yeah, give me the link.
Hold on, my computer's being slow. I'll get open my Hangout. Anyway, the really cool pictures on your own page. They want you, you want them looking at your content.
Right.
I mean, there's, every so often they come out with these things about, what you should do. Let's see if that comes up as a link last one. No, I gotta do the H.
Probably the www would do
No,
it.
there's no WWs on that.
No?
No, no WWs. It's just HTTP. Is it? It's :// right? I always forget.
Yeah, http://
Okay, HTTP. There's no S. There's no S in HTTP : Try that. See if it opens.
You forgot the .com.
Yeah, it's just .com on the Understand Us plan. It's alright. I'll send it again if you want.
Well, I'm fixing it now. Okay, I see it.
It's just got my picture, and you put my signature on there because that's the way I sign my book.
I haven't seen this one.
You see that Z with the asterisk on the bottom of it? Where I wrote where he took my signature block and my little asterisk on the bottom of the Z.
Oh, yeah.
For some reason, I started using that symbol, and I don't know if it stands for something or not, but to me, it's like some kind of like an infinity thing.
I have a symbol like that I use. It's a 7-pointed, represents a 7-pointed flash.
So, what I noticed after I've been using that for a while, this Grim Reaper tattoo I have, if you would invert him, that is the same symbol I've been using. Because it's got, his sides, and he's got his fingertip touching the tip of the side, and it's got, the lines coming out, like it's sharp.
Yeah.
And then on the bottom of it, it's got the, the handle of the side, and on the bottom of it, it says next with a question mark. But if you flip it over, upside down, it's the same Z with the star in the bottom.
Who's this powered by, what is it, Drupal?
Drupal. Yeah, you have to be, my buddy's, he uses Linux. He knows most of the machine language and stuff and all that. He's been trying to get me to switch over to Linux, and I told him, dude, I've been using Microsoft for all these years. And he's like, oh, it's so simple. I'm like, no, not for me. I have trouble sending files.
Yeah, people tell you it's simple to find my house. They just don't realize they've been there 30,000 times.
Yeah.
It's embedded in their memory. And then somebody that has absolutely no idea, they think it's simple for them. I don't understand why they can't see that.
Well, in the Air Force, they had a test question. And it said, what is the greatest communication barrier known to man? And the answer is the lack of the common core of experience. When somebody's trying to tell you how to change a tire, you've never changed a tire, you don't have that core of experience. And that was, see, the Air Force taught me a lot. In the manuals that you test on, they have psychology, they got all kinds of stuff in the manuals.
Yeah.
So, they're all about, smarter, everything. You don't run 6 miles before breakfast. I don't know how much it changed it, but we actually only ran 1.5 miles once a year for time. You were supposed to be adult and mature enough to be in charge of your own
148 followers now with 35,216 views. And I just started this about a month ago.
Well, you're doing really good. I don't have nearly that. Let's see what mine says.
Have you seen my website there? My profile, I guess, is what it is.
Yeah. I'm trying to find mine right now real quick to see where it goes. I've been on here quite a while. I don't remember exactly when I started. But, where am I? Oh, you just sent me a message.
Yeah, I copied and pasted the link from my my landing page for Google. It's got all the latest stuff.
You know, I get a lot of people that they'll say, you have to watch this YouTube, you know? And I watch it, and I'm like, I was thinking these things 20 years ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, you ever have somebody do that? Oh, Joe, you should watch this. And you go, I've always thought that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. Well, that just goes to show you, you're part of the creation, and that's why when I do radio, some people think, it's repetitive. Well, it is.
Well, you know what?
There are people that are coming online that have never heard these ideas or these concepts, and I'm just doing my bit, to...
Well, it's like, when I talk about walk-ins, and I, tell people about them, they look it up, it's something new for them. They can accept it, they can not accept it, I don't care, it's just something new. So.
I try to take the depth of this discussion to the going down the rabbit hole as far as one can go. I do come back and touch base with the normal. When in Rome, do as the Romans. I mean, obviously, if you have an audience that hasn't followed your logic and your line of reasoning, it would be like teaching calculus to folks that are just learning mathematics and simple addition and subtraction and multiplication. You can't expect them to make that kind of jump. So I constantly have to ThoughtBridge between the depths of where I'm looking intently at myself, and I'm doing that as I listen to other people. And some of this stuff is so basic and so old that it's, like you say, it's like kind of amazes you to think that people are in what I would call the dark ages. They're way lagging behind. But to expect them to not process the information in terms of their experience and stuff, you can't rush that. You can't expect a kid that's
they can only expect it at a particular point in their life. Like people that say they read my book and they put it down, they read it 6 months later, and the poems change. And I'm like, no, your life views changed, and then your view of the poem changed because your life view changed.
Well, let me ask you this. You read your own book before. Hasn't it also, the information changed in terms of the meaning of the poem that you wrote in the beginning?
I don't know. They're pretty much exactly the way they came out of my head.
Well, that doesn't answer the question, you see. That's the problem. When you read a book, you're actually reading the same symbols, but the symbols will change depending on your level of understanding, your level of awareness.
Well, see, the poems come through me so quick when I'm putting them on paper, I don't know whether I'm writing them or I'm channeling them.
I would say you're channeling them.
I mean, when you write an entire poem in less than 4 minutes, and that's typing with 2 fingers, I mean,
that's channeling.
I don't know, I mean, when I look at, I've read several poems to you on the net, and when I read them, they're exactly the way. What happens is when I write it, I read it after I wrote it, because I wrote it so fast I got to read it to figure out what I said.
Well, I I think that's what you call channeling. That doesn't detract from the fact that if you want to be a person and get credit and admiration and praise, that doesn't prevent you at all from doing that. But I mean, I hear that from all kinds of creative people where it just came to them and they say, well, I didn't actually write this, it just came to me.
Well, you know, on my website, if you look at my poetry on my website, if you look at my poetry on my website, if you open any of the poems, you will notice I don't put a copyright symbol on any of my poetry.
Yeah.
I'm like, you know, if you want to copy it and you want to put your name on it and say you wrote it and give it to somebody, I don't care. If you think it's going to be something that will help them with their life, I don't care whose name you put on it. As long as you think it's going to help them with their life, give it to them.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, that's been my attitude, you know, any of my broadcasts or anything else, you know, I figure, you know, people, whatever, you know, if they want to do that, that's fine.
You know, right now I'm looking at mine, I got 149 followers and only 27,714 views. But,
Jesus, I've done, did you in a month? Huh.
Yeah. Well, mine, I've been on here quite a while, but I don't use it very often. You know, I mean, every once in a while I write a poem or something. But,
well, you could change that. Let me tell you what's needed.
Okay.
You need to use it every day. That's the secret. People will forget about you. They join because they find something interesting, okay? If they don't hear from you for, you know, 3 weeks, there's nothing for them to do. They forget about it. What you got to do is once you make that initial impression, you keep coming back with making more impressions. So
well, see, I get new people all the time finding my old posts because of the tags.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is if you want to build that up really quickly, you need to go on there daily. And I don't care if it's just a photograph or a quick poem that you've got somewhere in reserve or something you create on the spot. Give your audience something to feed off of, and they will continue. And
well, see, that word followers, that kind of bothers me. I'd rather it says 149 viewers, you know?
Yeah.
Because Twitter says followers, and, you know, everything says followers. Why do we have to be the leader and have people follow us, you know?
Well, just change your thought about it and just say, well, they're following your releases, not you.
But you know what I'm saying? It's just, I have problems with that word.
Yeah, well, you know, you and I are kind of similar in that way. I do have problems with certain words like luscious, okay? I went and I investigated it even further, and my first impressions of it have been confirmed because I went and I looked at it. What it says is the one that came up is adjective for food or wine, having a pleasantly rich, sweet taste. Well, that is animal sense. I'm not criticizing. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that's the animal sense. Synonyms: delicious, succulent, lush, juicy, mouth-watering, sweet, tasty, appetizing.
I don't know. Wait a second. Have you been burnt in love before?
Then what? Oh yeah, you better believe it. I make a huge distinction between what the ego calls love, which is all sense-based, all sensuous, and they call lovemaking, you know, love. It ain't lovemaking. That's fucking lust. If you're making love with love because you actually love somebody, it turns fucking into lovemaking. But the human being doesn't make a distinction between the two. You know, as far as human beings go, well, it doesn't make any difference whether it's carnal mind or anything else. You know, some people have no objection whatsoever to associating the carnal mind with love. I do. They are not the same. The idea of love, the word, there's at least 4 definitions. And the love I'm talking about is agape love, which is a love that is from the source itself and given equally to everyone, whereas the love that most people are talking about is that special love somebody, that special love object, that special woman or man or whatever it is. And the two are not the same at all.
Yeah, try my query this thing.
Not in my book. Now, whether there's anything wrong with it, no, that's the way it's set up. Why would I want to argue against reality?
Check out my quote I just sent you.
All right. Yeah, love doesn't always curl your toes. Sometimes it takes a bite out of your soul. Well, that reminds me of the thing where love stinks. Love stinks in the ego form, but love doesn't hurt. Love is the healing factor that tosses that the whole idea of what love is, at a sensuous, lustful, whatever you want to call it, right the fuck out the window.
But once again, love is the label.
Exactly. So the problem is, I could say I don't even know what it is.
Because everybody has their own definition. If you ask, 100,000 people what love is, you'll get 100,000 different ideas.
Right. Exactly. Bottom line is, I don't, when it comes to words, I know I can play the game well, but when you actually talk about these ideas, I see these all as concepts. And I'll bet you can think of a few con words besides Congress. I don't trust the words that have a con in them. Concepts. I don't see there's a problem with concepts, but I know that believe and belief have a lie in it, and I don't think the language is set up accidentally, if you know what I mean. I think there are little telltale signs, little hints, if anybody cares to notice, that the opposite of God is a dog, and the opposite of live is evil. Gee, this all kind of happened accidentally, you know what I mean? I don't think so.
Well, live is devil.
Yeah. That's what I mean. There's too many of them.
Well, if you know in Greek mythology, a dog guarded the gates of hell.
Right. Oh, yeah. But these are little tidbits, to play with, and I don't mind playing in the metrics. The problem is that the most people's minds are so mesmerized by what is traded back and forth in terms of concepts and beliefs and all this crap, and all I see it as a story. So what, Oh, the universe is composed of dark matter. Yeah, blow it out your ass. That explains a lot, doesn't it, asshole? Why don't you just cut to the chase and go, like the scientists? Well, we have a singularity, which basically means they don't fucking know shit. They say, well, where did the singularity come from? Well, we don't know. Where did consciousness come from? Well, we don't know. I mean, give me a break. If you start out with, I don't know, there's nothing to know.
Exactly. Well, if you have no absolute proof of origin for mankind, how can you prove existence?
That's the whole problem. The whole matrix is based on prove this, prove that, according to what isn't provable.
But what I'm saying, if they can't say, this is where mankind came from,
no, they can't.
Then how can they prove we're here?
Well, how do they explain the present now?
What I'm saying is, how do you prove you're here if you can't prove where you came from? How you keep saying, and I keep saying that there is no computer table, there is no computer, there is no chair, there is no me. It's just energy in motion.
Yeah, but the fact of the matter is, you're talking about an ultimate which collapses into an unknown, but we're in the matrix, which fortunately makes it possible. So they'll still get a cup of coffee at our local Irving's truck stop for $1.50 and 7% sales tax.
Well, like my lunchroom says once a month. So what does that mean at the end of the day?
Exactly. And what does it mean to have a whole pile of this and that when, in fact, you have to discover the happiness of the source in order to have anything at all. And if you have discovered the source of happiness and you allow it to replace all the bullshit in your head, it's not that it's bullshit, bad bullshit, it's just that you start seeing things in perspective that it's the sharing that actually makes the difference, whether it be a cigarette with somebody, which, you know, oh, God forbid you should share a cigarette. Well, hey, it's the sharing. It's not whether the substance is going to kill you or not, or whether it's good or bad or anything else. It's the spirit that shines into this world that gives ultimately the meaning of anything that is done in this world, all the meaning and purpose it actually has, unless somebody wants to come up with an alternative and want to think that somebody's doing it for this or that, and there's a person involved, and all this happy horse shit. And the problem is, I feel like a stranger in a strange land. There don't seem to be an awful lot of folks out there that, you know, they can humor me. They can say, well, you know, that sounds good. But I don't think they really understand where I'm coming from, you know?
Well, you know, back to the labels, you know, good and bad, okay?
Yeah.
How do you know good and bad? You know, at the moment, you can say, oh, it was bad that that person killed that person, okay? But if that person would have had a child that became president and nuked the world, it would have been worse.
Right.
You know,
there's no way to know.
You know, you can't, you know, I mean, I'm not being a, well, maybe I'm a sociopath. I don't know if I feel guilty, but anyway, I'm just saying, you can't really say whether something was actually good or bad.
No, you can't. Because I've seen in my life where apparently what was horrible had to precede what was beautiful.
An example.
And you can, and what's really weird is you can only see, it's like driving down the road in an automobile, and you can't tell where you're going except to see in the rearview mirror where you've been.
And that's the definition of ego consciousness. I'm only experiencing my idea of life. I don't know life beyond my ideas. Who are you without ideas of you? And if you get to an I don't know, that's the first step out of ego. Did you know the first step out of ego is I don't know? And that's the definition of ego consciousness. I'm only experiencing my idea of life. I don't know life beyond my ideas. And that's the definition of ego consciousness. I'm only experiencing my idea of life. I don't know life beyond my ideas. Who are you without ideas of you? And if you get to an I don't know, that's the first step out of ego. Did you know the first step out of ego is I don't know? People think there's this great clarity, like first step out of ego is going to be bells and whistles and angels singing and harps, and by God, the harps, right? No. The first step out of ego is confusion. I don't know. Because the I don't know is no longer being bound to what you've believed your whole life. The confusion is, I don't know how to formulate an opinion about this moment because I have nothing limiting me. I don't know how to interpret this. You don't need to interpret it. It's just the universe meeting the universe. That's all. The only thing that happens from birth to death is the universe meeting the universe. In every lifetime, that's all that's ever happened. Everything Everything else is distorted decorations. They're beautiful. They're beautiful. Like a lifetime, like a balloon. It inflates, it deflates, it's just a decoration. Think of a balloon. Is the space inside the balloon ever born or ever capable of dying? Or is it only the balloon that expands and contracts? Do you see? When the balloon deflates, where does the space within the balloon go? Does that pack its bag in its suitcase and go somewhere? Or does the space not go anywhere? It's just the appearance of the balloon having its relative experience. See, that's the decoration of the body. It's like a balloon. And what other balloons, like bodies, tell you in this world have nothing to do with that space. The space is the universe. You are the universe. You are that space. You are the space in which the only quality of that space is constant openness. And when you start to touch upon the constant openness within yourself, because you're no longer distracted by the emotional ups and downs, as if they mean anything else but helping you to gauge what is true and not true. That constant state of openness, just being open to another, no matter how open they are or aren't to you. And if they aren't seeming to be open to you, it's because, they're not recognizing their emotional responses to me. Is their body telling them what's true? They think that the feeling is the justification of their thoughts, and actually it's really just the revelation of what's true about it. In that constant openness is where love is celebrated. A love that has no end is nothing more than constant openness.
Here's the quote. You say, there is a great difference between having a glimpse of awakening and actually being awake. It's common for people to have a glimpse of truth and then to begin to make conclusions about awakened living, which are philosophical rather than experiential. This happens with those predisposed to radical non-duality as well as to those predisposed to other viewpoints. Be clear, there are dangers in all perspectives, even perspectives which attempt to include all perspectives. All teachings are therefore dangerous, prone to egoic fundamentalism. No teachings are immune from misunderstanding. The truth will steal every point of view you fixate upon. Truth and enlightenment is a radical change of consciousness, and if that change has indeed occurred in you, love, selflessness, compassion, responsibility, and living the truth will be happening naturally, spontaneously, and without strain. No belief system, philosophy, or spiritual point of view will apply. In the end, you're either fully awake or you're not. If you're awake, you'll be living it. If you're half-baked, you won't. And it won't matter what your belief system or point of view is. Nothing can suffice but the truth of full awakening.
You're listening to LiveTalkRadio.com.
The other people may say to you, you look a bit spaced out, or whatever, and you start to believe too much what they're saying, rather than really putting the attention inside and checking in and say, but I feel perfectly fine. You see, not judging yourself by the projections of other people. And see, it is fine, because they are never going to understand what you are experiencing, no matter how much you try, and I would not even try, unless something else. The other people may say to you, you look a bit spaced out, or whatever, and you start to believe too much what they're saying, rather than really putting the attention inside and checking in and say, but I feel perfectly fine. You see, not judging yourself by the projections of other people. And see, it is fine, because they are never going to understand what you are experiencing. You try, and I would not even try. You see, not judging yourself by the projections of other people. And see, it is fine, because they are never going to understand what you are experiencing, no matter how much you try, and I would not even try. You see, not judging yourself by the projections of other people. And see, it is fine, because they are never going to understand what you are experiencing. You see, not judging yourself by the projections of other people. And see, it is fine. You see, not judging yourself by the projections of other people. You see, not judging yourself by the projections of other people. And see, it is fine. The other people may say to you, you look a bit spaced out, or whatever, and you start to believe too much what they're saying, rather than really putting the attention inside and checking in and say, but I feel perfectly fine. You see, not judging yourself by the projections of other people. And see, it is fine, because they are never going to understand what you are experiencing, no matter how much you try, and I would not even try, unless something motivates you to correspond with them. You see, they're not going to understand until that taste is inside themselves. And also, don't try to demonstrate your spirituality. Also, keep it your secret, though. No, but then you find that it is possible to be in both worlds. You can speak with people normally. You don't have to be spiritual. You can speak with them. But something will be moving through your conversations and your contact. Something will change, especially if they don't see that you're trying to do something, but you only speak from your truth, from your way. And initially, although there's greater peace, even in your face, in your countenance, the mind, which is still immersed in conditioning, doesn't see that at first. It sees more threat. That you're not the one I have in here of you. You're not matching up to my picture of you. So something is wrong with you. You see, you have to be strong, and you're growing strong just by staying still. There comes a point when even if the whole world together came with one voice and looked at you and went, no. You feel? Okay. That's okay. I still am. I can't convey, it's not my job to show you who I am. It's okay. This strength is in you, you see. Otherwise, you're only living for the eyes of other beings who are rarely perceiving things as they are. It's like you're in this world, but you don't belong to it in quite the same way.
And that the presence of being knows what it's doing. You don't have to know what it's doing. Basically, it's a continued demolition of any fixed points of reference. You know what a fixed point of reference is? They can be thoughts, a concept, an idea, a belief. Can be a fixed point of reference. You feel it. You get an idea, your attention fixes on it. You can have fixed points of references emotionally. Most people have a sort of emotional fixed point of reference. It's when you feel like you. It becomes your emotional fixed point of reference. Intellectual fixed points, feeling fixed points, emotional fixed points. Many layers of conceptual fixed points of reference. Shoulds are fixed points, shouldn'ts are fixed points, rights are fixed points, wrongs are fixed points. Lots of fixed points of reference you can probably start to imagine. They're everywhere. It's like a minefield. And consciousness in its natural state, presence in its natural state, is not fixating anywhere. It's flowing. And that's the trick to being able to just allow presence to flow and to be a manifestation of presence, an undistorted one, is that we just flow. And the only thing that causes us not to flow is attaching to fixed points of reference. Otherwise, there's just this flow. You know what you need to do when you need to do it. You know what not to do when you don't need to do it. Everything sort of becomes sort of ridiculously obvious.
Well, you know
You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
You can only see where you've been. You can't see where you're going.
And it always seems like going home is faster than going where you're going. You know?
Oh, you mean when you take a trip and you go to see somebody going, the return trip is always faster?
Seems like it.
It does. That's because of the familiarity, and the mind clocks off the things that it saw in the beginning because it was totally fresh and unfamiliar. Whereas on the way home, there's something about it. where it seems like it's a lot shorter. It's the unknown that makes time seem to stretch out. That's what it is.
I get. I have this really crazy idea. It's like, say I want to go to Chicago, right?
Yeah.
Chicago doesn't exist until I get there.
Yeah.
That's
true.
I mean, I'm sitting right here in Newman, Illinois, but there is no Chicago. I can't see it. I can't see Chicago.
Well, it will pop up for you if somebody telephones you from Chicago, but then you don't have any visuals if they use a phone.
I did that with an atheist one day. This atheist goes, that's another thing, labeling. I'm an atheist, whatever. Anyway, he goes, prove God exists, you know? And I told him, I said, you know, we're in chatting on the messenger, typing on the keyboard, right? He said, prove, you know, he told the Christian, he said, prove God exists. I chimed in, I said, prove God exists. He goes, well, you're typing on the keyboard. I said, how do you know I'm not a program? You know?
Right.
He's like, well, there's no programs that advanced. I'm like, how do you know? Can you prove there's no programs that advanced? You know?
Yeah.
But, you know, when they start talking proof, like proof, you know, there is no proof Jesus existed. Okay? Right. Well, show me the proof that your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather existed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
No proof. You can't show me a birth certificate. I mean, we can only go back a couple thousand years with, you know, ancestry. Maybe.
Well, it's a lost cause because even when they try to go back and reconstruct stuff, all they're doing is reconstructing in the present now a story about the past, not the past itself.
Well, and also the records, you know, that they do keep.
Yeah.
Like when my grandfather and his brother came over here from Lithuania.
Yeah.
They sent them at Ellis Island, and they showed them an alphabet board, and they wrote down their names. Both of them, you know, they were brothers. They wrote their names entirely different.
Yeah.
You know, one was Pastor Rick, and the other was Pastor Rich.
Oh, cool.
You know how Bill Hicks talks about enlightened people, and, you know, people have a tendency to erase enlightened people. You know, people that are in the know.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like thinking, wow, I am the only Victor Pascowitz in the USA. Not hard to find me.
Yeah. Hey, listen, let's end on that note because it's 3 o'clock now, and I was going to go to bed a while ago, and I think it's time.
We had fun.
Yeah, it's been a very pleasant talking to you again. When we get into it, evidently we can go on for hours.
Well, I like the fact that we don't argue.
Well, there's you won't find any argument in me. I'll just I'm into sharing. I don't, you know, the information.
That's what I said. We talk with each other, not to at each other.
Yeah, I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything. I've always taken the attitude I'm just a reporter. I just report shit coming in since I don't actually know.
Well, you know, when you start off the sentence with "Now I told you,"
yeah,
you already lost the whole thing. They're not going to listen to you. You know.
Yeah.
Because people don't like to be told.
No.
No.
No, I'm into sharing. I don't know that you know anything, and I don't know that I know anything, but it is interesting to play in the Matrix. And
well, Socrates said the wisest person was the person who admitted he knew nothing at all.
That must make me very wise because it took a while, but yeah, you know, I don't know how anything came about or is even being maintained now. I mean, within the Matrix and the idea of knowing stuff, I suppose you and I could say we both know things, you know, like there seems to be cars that exist and the sun, moon, and stars and an earth and all this stuff, but it's all, as far as I can see, it's all concept. It's all
conceptual things that people have agreed on.
Right, exactly.
Like I say, hey Joe, what does a car door sound like when it closes?
Boom.
No.
Depends on what car you're driving.
That's what I'm saying, you know?
Yeah, right.
Right there's another concept. Depends on what type of car it is.
Yeah, I like how people make up all this shit in their imagination and they don't even know it.
You're listening to LiveTalkRadio.com, being broadcast over www.worldwideradionetwork.com.
But as soon as there's a fixed point of reference, everything gets obscured. As it says in one very famous old Buddhist poem, one preference sets heaven and earth infinitely apart. Preference sets heaven and earth infinitely apart. One 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 preference sets heaven and earth infinitely apart. Reference. Otherwise, there's just this flow. You know what you need to do when you need to do it. You know what not to do when you don't need to do it. Everything sort of becomes sort of ridiculously obvious. But as soon as there's a fixed point of reference, everything gets obscured. As it says in one very famous old Buddhist poem, one preference sets heaven and earth infinitely apart. As soon as there's a fixed point of reference, everything gets obscured. And only presence of being can, in its natural state, has no fixed points of reference. Being is its own reference. And it might sound abstract to some of you. To some of you, this is very concrete, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. For others, it may be very sort of abstract. But you see, as soon as you go into a relationship with anything or anybody, or yourself, that there's a great tendency in most people to immediately glom onto a fixed point of reference. You're right, I'm wrong. I'm right, you're wrong. This is the way to do it. No, not that way. I love you. I hate you. Why did you say that? What's wrong? Let's work it out. All these fixed points of reference start to happen as soon as we go into a moment of relationship. But what's a moment of relationship without fixed points of reference? Without shoulds and shouldn't and blame, and cutting everything up into its dualities, this and that. See, the mind can't know how to operate that way, can it? It's easy to tell for the mind to know how to operate in fixed points of reference. Just get a should and live by it. Simple, right? Get a fundamentalist idea and make it your life. It's easy to know how to operate. But when you're not operating within that context, you see how the mind has nothing to hold on to. So we can't operate from the mind, from the mental level. We can't really be really awake and be continually operating on the mental level.
It doesn't own you, but you're here. You're not. I can't convey. It's not my job to show you who I am. It's okay. This strength is in you, you see. Otherwise, you're only living for the eyes of other beings who are rarely perceiving things as they are. It's like you're in this world, but you don't belong to it in quite the same way. It doesn't own you, but you're here. You're not dismissing it. You're moving wisely through it, not as a craving. Each being who came back to themselves in truth. They didn't suddenly and vanish. They lived on in this body in truth and moved with other beings and spoke and with love and compassion and so on. And there's such a tremendous wisdom that guides your way. You don't have to prepare, research who you're going to speak with, because it's not coming from the mind. Intuitively, something moves and is expressing. You are even sometimes surprise yourself what comes out of your own mouth, your own behavior, because it's not a prediction. It's not coming from methodology or from strategy or from self-consciousness. It just arises. It's almost like there's a power in you that knows the combination to each being. You somehow just find a way to be with them. So don't apologize or hide your light too much, and yet don't try to show it either. Just keep quiet and move, and you'll find a way. You'll hit the right balance somehow, where you can move in this world and even carry on with your job and so on like this, but with a brighter light, greater peace. You don't have to fit into other people's projections. And it helps you to learn to be alone and to be by yourself. Gradually, as you accept yourself, you will more and more begin to meet beings who are on a similar frequency like you. The other people may say to you, you look a bit spaced out, or whatever, and you start to believe too much what they're saying, rather than really putting the attention inside and checking in and say, but I feel perfectly fine.
Don't forget there would be no higher consciousness if there wasn't an experience of a lower one. And you cannot separate the two, except with the ego that says there's a higher one and a lower one. Because if you arrive at the higher one, the ego that says that there's a lower one and a higher one disappears, and it's no longer a witness to two states of consciousness. There simply is one.
Has any great change on your planet ever been created by anyone who wasn't crazy? Who didn't go against the grain of the norm? The answer is no.
Yeah, good point.
Thank you. So why not join the club and be crazy? It's a nice club to be in. Then you will simply gravitate to and attract to you people of the same kind of crazy. And then when you are in a community of people who are all the same kind of crazy, you won't be crazy. You'll be normal.
Tell me what is ugly about me. I really want to know. Okay, and the point of this is he can enlighten me to things that I want to know. And I asked him, I said, how could I change that? Is there anything I can do to affect how you see me? And this man was brilliant. He said, dump the glasses. Get contacts. Your clothes are so wrong. You know, and dye your hair. What is with this? You know, and I was fascinated. And this man would be just brilliant out there in the field, you know, coaching women that want to look good. And then I was able to tell all the guys, you know, if you want to know what's up and you really want to know the truth, go see this man. He'll tell you. So it was a very positive experience. So, because I'm a seeker, I really want to know. The other way is someone says you're ugly and you immediately attack rather than step into the student position. We're in the student position, we're growing. When we're in the teaching position, we can be stuck. And here's the teacher's position. How dare you say I'm ugly? That's rude, it's unkind. Did you hear what he told me? And then we all began to not like him. You know, he is out of order. Well, what happened to love? What happened to unconditional love? This is not, it's not like I'm going to love you unconditionally if you say what I want to hear. It's like, can I love you unconditionally under all circumstances? Well, I've come to see that there is nothing negative in the world. Nothing. If I see something negative, then it's... I'm believing insane thoughts. Insane thought is an unquestioned thought.
The only evil is in human minds.
All
evil.
Yeah. If I want to find evil, I look to me. Because I am the creator, or I could say you are the creator of all of it. And as long as we believe it, we pass it on to our friends, to our children, to our partners. It's like who brings evil into the world? Well, that would be me. As long as I believe in it, I have to.
Because that's what most of spirituality actually is. It's a group of people that have a similar belief. And all religions are basically defined by their beliefs. Right? The Christians believe this, the Buddhists believe that, the Hindus believe this, the Advaitists believe that. And they're all, this is what we believe. But in the truth game, beliefs don't count. Beliefs amount to nothing in the truth game. In the enlightenment game, nobody has the luxury of a belief. Beliefs will derail the search for truth faster than anything else. And this is what I mean by being alone. I don't mean alone in the sense of being isolated and having no friends and disappearing into a cave and all of that nonsense. Because you'll probably just take all your beliefs with you into the cave and meditate on things you were told to meditate on. But a different kind of aloneness. It's an aloneness that has nothing to do with whether we have lots of people around us. It's fine. It's nice to have lots of friends and company and all that. But it's the aloneness that ultimately draws you into a deeper and deeper and deeper silence. Because the ultimate aloneness isn't just the aloneness from outside stuff. That's not so important. But it's the aloneness from our own virtual reality mind. And if you've ever wondered how much virtual reality your mind pumps out in any given moment, just take one moment, just take 5 seconds. Just 5 seconds to be quiet. Just that. Everything that disappeared in those 5 seconds for you, that's what's not real. So when you're not thinking, everything that disappears, that's what's not real. For most people, that's about 99% of their whole experience of life. Your whole world. I'm somebody's son, or daughter, or mother. I'm a man. I'm a woman. I understand what he's talking about. I don't understand. It's all thought. I like it. I don't like it. More thought. Will I get there? More thought. I've already arrived. More thought. I'm a relatively nice guy. More thought. I'm totally unworthy. More and more thought. More thought. More thought. So what all this, it disappears when the thinking mind stops. This is called virtual reality, better known as garden variety illusion. No ultimate truth. If you actually get this, it'll stun you. It will really shock you if you've never seen it before. About how much untruth we take to be as true. So this is being alone. This is really being alone, you see. It's not about caves and leaving home and all. It's not about that. It's deeper than that. It's aloneness that's inside, alone even from our own concepts. So whatever drops away when you're silent, whatever you think about the world, that's your illusion. That's your illusion. Whatever you think about the person next to you, if you stop thinking about them, that's your illusion. Whatever drops away. Whatever you think about your mommy or your daddy, when you stop thinking, that's an illusion. You see, if it drops away, that's an illusion. It's not true. It's to be very alone in this way. Of course, this doesn't mean that thoughts aren't useful and they don't have some symbolic correspondence to truth. Usually they don't. But the things themselves have no truth in them. So if you actually even just glimpse this little piece, just this little teeny piece of the puzzle about thought and the way it creates this whole manufactured reality, if you glimpse this little piece, you'll glimpse something that very few people have ever glimpsed. In the history of humanity, very few people have ever glimpsed. Just even notice that. Even people that have sat in meditation 10 hours a day for 30 years, most of them haven't glimpsed that. I mean, they know it. Okay, my mind is an illusion, but they read it. They haven't looked, and they haven't been hit, like in the solar plexus, like, oh my God, that's like my whole life. Like I turn on the TV and I see so-and-so and I start telling myself a story about them, and you mean that's not true? And what I say about myself, you mean that's not true? And what I say about something, you mean none of it's true? Not even a little bit of it? Like not any of it? Like not one single word? Do you see what I mean?
you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? Where does it lead? Do you see what I mean? What? Do you see what I mean? Because that's what most of spirituality actually is. Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I heard? The word? Do you see what I mean? 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 Where does it leave one? Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? And what I say about myself, you mean that's not true? And what I say about something, you mean none of it's true? Not even a little bit of it? Like not any of it? Like not one single word? Do you see what I mean? Where does it leave one? It leaves you totally alone, does it not? There's no company there. There's very little company. Well, if you actually really let go, you'll find a lot of company there, but in one sense, there's no company. There's no shared concept. There's no shared beliefs. There's no... You're alone. The last place you ever wanted to be. It still doesn't mean you actually necessarily have found what the truth is, but you certainly have a good start on what illusion is. This upsets egos. Egos don't mind having their world modified, but they don't like having it destroyed. Egos don't mind having their world modified, but they don't like having it destroyed. Egos don't mind having their world modified, but they don't like having it destroyed.
Nothing you can do is true in the sense that if doing requires future and time, that doesn't help you. And, of course, going into the present moment and becoming internally aligned with the present moment isn't really a doing. In that sense, there's nothing you can do. You can only allow the present moment to be and go deeply into it. It's a question of how you use language. But so in that sense, they are right. Yes, there's nothing you can do. And the others are also right. The intensity is required. The intensity with which you embrace the now. So there's the point. No future state. You're not becoming something that you are not now. And so you may have heard some spiritual teachers saying, you're enlightened already. And that's deep down, that is true. Every human being is already complete within. On the level of form, there are all kinds of things that perhaps you could still do and play around with and add to yourself and learn or experience. But in the depths of who you are, your essence identity is already totally complete. It doesn't require more time or more things to be added to who you are in your essence. And really, that is what matters. In that sense, future can only prevent you from being it, finding it and being it now. So it's for some people hard to get rid of this idea, because it's no more than an idea in the head that I need to achieve something, become something. But it's not really true, so it's truer to say You are already it, you just need to realize it. That you are already fully yourself. You are already fully yourself. You don't need more time or more of anything to be who you are already now. You're already divine, timeless, eternal in your essence. Everything else is on the level of form, and it's a dance, a game, a play of form. There sometimes you get more, and then you lose again. You can play. So, no more spiritual seeking. Intensity, yes. But the intensity that drives you into the now. Not an intensity that wants to actualize an imagined state. Me as the enlightened one, which you already are.
So I asked the abbot, when we see your prayers on the outside, what's happening on the inside? And his answer was this. He said, you've never seen our prayers, because a prayer cannot be seen. He said, what you see are the things that we do to create the feeling in our body. The feeling is the prayer. The feeling is the prayer. He's telling us right here. He's telling us in a Tibetan monastery 17,000 feet above sea level in the Himalayan mountains, this man is telling us the secret that was lost in our Christian and Jewish traditions when the edits were taken in from the books. And they practice and they live this. Feeling is the prayer. Then he turned the question around and asked me. He said, how do you do this in your culture? And this is what happened. When we lost the texts, when we lost the words in our biblical texts that tell us that feeling is the prayer, we began to believe that the words are the prayer. That if we say the right words, the right time of day, or the right number of times, that somehow magically a prayer will happen. And when our prayer is not answered, we become frustrated and we think prayer doesn't work. The words are not the prayers. The feeling is the prayer. You're going to see this 3 times this afternoon. The feeling is the prayer. So this is what the abbot shared with us. This 3 times this afternoon. The feeling is the prayer. The words are not the prayers. The feeling is the prayer. You're going to see this 3 times this afternoon. The feeling is the prayer. 3 times this afternoon. The feeling is the prayer. You're going to see this 3 times this afternoon. The feeling, you're going to see this 3 times this afternoon. The feeling is the prayer. So this is what the abbot shared with us. This 3 times this afternoon. The feeling is the prayer. So this is what the abbot shared with us.
What do you mean when you say that you're my projection?
The world is your perception of it. Inside and outside always match. They are reflections of each other. The world is the mirror image of your mind. If you experience chaos and confusion inside, your external world has to reflect that. You have to see what you believe, because you're the confused thinker looking out and seeing yourself. You are the interpreter of everything, and if you're chaotic, what you hear and see has to be chaos. Even if Jesus, even if the Buddha were standing in front of you, you would hear confused words because confusion would be the listener. You would only hear what you thought he was saying, and you'd start arguing with him the first time your story was threatened. What you thought he was saying, and you'd start arguing with him the first time your story was threatened. Arguing with him the first time your story was threatened. As for my being your projection, how else could I be here? It's not as though I had a choice. I am the story of who you think I am, 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 not who I really am. You see me as old, young, beautiful, ugly, honest, deceitful, caring, uncaring. I am, for you, your uninvestigated story, your uninvestigated story, your uninvestigated story. I am, for you, your uninvestigated story, your investigated story, your uninvestigated story, your own myth, your own myth, your own myth, your own myth. I understand that who you think I am is true for you. I was innocent and gullible also, but only for 43 years, until the moment when I woke up to the way things really are. It's a tree. It's a table. It's a chair. Is it true? Have you stopped to ask yourself, did you ever become still and listen as you asked you? Who told you it was a tree? Who was the original authority? How did they know? My entire life, my entire identity had been built on the trust and uninquiring innocence of a child. Are you this kind of child? Through this work, your toys and fairy tales are laid aside as you begin to read the book of true knowledge, the book of yourself. People tell me, but Katie, your happiness is all a projection. And I say, yes, and isn't it beautiful? I love living this happy dream. I'm having a wonderful time. If you lived in heaven, would you want it to end? It doesn't end. It can't. That is what's true for me until it's not. If it should change, I always have inquiry. I answered the questions. The truth is realized within me, and the doing meets the undone. The something meets the nothing. In the balance of the two halves, I'm free.
You say that the work will leave me without stress, without problems. But isn't that irresponsible? What if my 3-year-old child is starving? Won't I see her from a position of no stress and think, well, that's reality, and just let her starve?
Oh my, sweetheart, love is kind. It doesn't stand still and do nothing when it sees its own need. Do you really think that violent thoughts, such as the ones that come with problems, are necessary to feed a child? If your 3-year-old is starving, feed her, for your sake. How would it feel to provide for a starving child without stress or worry? Wouldn't you be clearer about how and where to find the food that is available? And wouldn't you feel elation and gratitude for it? Well, that's how I live my life. I don't need stress to do what I know to do. That's not efficient, the way peace and sanity are. Love is action, and in my experience, reality is always kind.
How can you say that reality is good? What about war, rape, poverty, violence, and child abuse? Are you condoning them?
How could I condone them? I simply notice that if I believe they shouldn't exist, I suffer. They exist until they don't. Can I just end the war in me? Can I stop raping myself and others with abusive thinking? If not, I'm continuing in myself the very thing that I want to end in you. Sanity doesn't suffer, ever. Can you eliminate war everywhere on earth? Through inquiry, you can begin to eliminate it for one human being, you. This is the beginning of the end of war in the world. If life upsets you, good. Judge the war makers on paper. Inquire and turn it around. Do you really want to know the truth? All suffering begins and ends with you.
Because you're only attempting to understand what you think you own. You're trying to understand the body because you think you own it.
Thank you to all the folks that allowed us to use some of their material tonight, including Byron Katie, Eckhart Tolle, Muji. You'll find websites for most of these people, and also find all the stuff we presented from YouTube. This is Matt, M-A-T-T Kahn, K-A-H-N, TrueDivineNature.com. Oh, and there we had a little bit of Alan Watts in there. Might be a few others that I don't remember. But if you have a question about our playlist and stuff, everything's off the fly. Never anything's arranged. If there's synchronicity, it happens all by itself. I never go into any planned kind of future at all, except I just know there's a possibility of getting on the mic, and what the universe will provide, and the thoughts it will provide, and just go with the flow. It may seem a little screwy at times, but hey, different folks are different folks, and I seem to enjoy it. I hope you have too. And we're going to end with this. It's called Letting Go, from Matt Kahn, K-A-H-N. It's on YouTube. It's called Divine, his website is TrueDivineNature.com.
Understand your life because you think you own it. Because you're only attempting to understand what you think you own. You're trying to understand the body because you think you own it. You're trying to understand your life because you think you own it. You're trying to understand your destiny because you think you own it. That's just societal conditioning. We're trying to understand, preserve, enhance, and protect what you think you own. It's very eye-opening. And when you let go, what you do is you let go of thinking you own anything. Why? Because anything you think you own has a beginning. Inevitably has an end. And if it begins and it ends, that means it's not going to last forever. So how can you own something that's just a temporary experience? Suffering is when you pretend to own experiences, and then when they disappear, it's heartbreaking. But nothing that's an experience you own. You're having the experience of breathing right now. Do you own it? If so, which breath do you own, and how do you know? If someone sits too close to you, are you going to be like, I own that breath, you need to start paying me rent for that? What do you own in that? It's just an experience. So when we wake up into letting go, we let go of the idea that we own anything. You don't even own your experiences because they begin and they end. And when you think you own something, you're either trying to rush towards a future reality where something better to own can be traded up. Right? Some people don't want to wake up. They think they do. They really want to trade up. They hear about awakening. They hear about the features and benefits. They think, I think I might like that. That sounds nice. I can do whatever the hell I want to do, and there's no one here who does that, so that sounds nice. So we try to trade up, and we still think there's some sort of ownership. Even like when there's mystical awakening experiences, we think we own those, right? We sit down with friends, let me tell you about the time I woke up. You don't own that. And if you don't own it, you're not in charge of it. And then if you're not trying to trade up to better experience, which is totally fine if we're doing it, because it's all innocent. There's no right and wrong. It's just calling out so you can have a more profoundly innocent experience. But even if it's not about trading up, it's about protecting what you have and trying to preserve it, trying to keep other people away. This is mine, not yours. Right? I remind you when I went to a retreat a long time ago, and it was a kirtan where you go and you chant with, it was my first one, first kirtan chanting retreat with 500 people. So you're sitting kind of close together. I was next to this person who was making it very clear that I was sitting in their space, the space that they apparently owned. They apparently have trademarked their energy field, and I was clearly exceeding mine. It was hilarious. And she said, do you mind? Can you scoot over? And we're like elbow to elbow. I really can't. I really can't scoot over. I'm so sorry. Well, I'm going to need you to move. Well, I am going to need you to be creative and tell me how to do that. I don't know what you want me to do. But if I was any closer to this person over there, I'd probably be behind them. I don't know. Well, I'm not comfortable. I hear you. She's like, so what are we going to do? I don't know. We could chant it out. I don't know. And in that moment for that person was a spontaneous moment of surrender. I wasn't trying to facilitate, right? It was just the way it was. I really had no idea. And it was hilarious because life puts us in these positions a lot where surrender is where you spontaneously realize that the thing you're the most concerned about is what you think you own. So the momentum of ego is endless compulsive self-concern. Concern for yourself, concern for others. In that compulsive self-concern of ego, the only reason why you're concerned for yourself, concerned for your future, concerned for your destiny, concerned for humanity, the only reason why you're concerned in any way is because you think you own something. And so the question becomes, if I knew I didn't own anything, what would I be concerned about? If I can just acknowledge I don't own anything at all, where would my concern go? Even as you just hear these words, this invitation, if you don't own anything, and if you just knew without having to prove it to yourself intellectually, nothing belongs to me. Is there concern? Or is concern an act of trying to preserve or enhance what you think you own? A lot of people get concerned about their house. Am I going to stay in the loan? Because they think they own that. That's a societal thing. But let's talk about it on a spiritual level. What do you think you own? Even your understandings and your clarities and your experiences, do you think you own that? Or are those just experiences that happen to come your way that you put into your basket and collected as you went along, and they become the things you share with others? Here's my collection of things I don't know. Yeah. So it's really interesting, the question of ownership. Do you own your thoughts? If so, which one? If you don't, maybe there's less worry about it. Do your thoughts own you? And you want to know the silly answer to that question? Thoughts only own you when you think you own it. If you think you own something, the experience is that it owns you. So people only try to clarify or clear their thoughts up, which I'm not here to say is completely pointless. Although I'm here to remind you at a certain level it totally is. Because they don't belong to you. Your feelings don't belong to you. They're just your experience. And they don't define who you are until you say they do. And then you're just having an experience of what it's like to believe that your thoughts and your feelings define you. And as long as you say they do, they do. Why? Because you're so liberated and free and have so many choices. When you don't know the depths of that, you become unknowingly imprisoned by your freedom. It's like Google. Honestly, liberation is like Google. Here's a new analogy. Liberation is like Google, because you can stare in front of Google. You can look up anything you want. But you've got to imagine it first. So you can sit there staring at Google like I've done for 10 minutes, going, I can go anywhere on the internet. I just have no damn idea. There's no suggestion button. Like, you know, maybe I'll type a letter and it'll give me like, do you mean this? Or I go on a little letter adventure. Type an A and all of a sudden I'm looking at Yelp reviews for restaurants in Afghanistan. But it's like Google, where you've got to put something in and then it gives you all sorts of experienced possibilities. You're so free. You have access to everything. You're the all that is. You're the only reality. You have so many choices, you're imprisoned by it. And you're imprisoned by the freedom and not knowing how to fully access it when and if you think anything belongs to you. And when and if you think anything belongs to you, it creates this psychological sense called me. There's nothing wrong with me, because me, M-E, really just means momentary experience. When you think something belongs to you, me becomes ownership. Me, mine, not yours, me. Oh my God, my friends went over there. Did they consult me? What about me? By the way, you always have to do the voice when you do that. You have to do the, I don't know, Snuggle Bear voice. I don't know that. Because it makes it funnier. Me. But that's what usually the whole spiritual journey or life journey is centered around. Improving, fixing, understanding me. And deeper on the journey, the whole fixation with me is what you wake up out of. Because me is momentary experience. And why would I suggest that me is only just bound by this body when the body is an abstraction of the entire universe? So here you are looking at this body, thinking this body versus other bodies, and not seeing this body is actually an abstraction of the entire universe. Your heart, the earth. Your cells, the stars. Your body, the cosmos. Your organs, galaxies. Your body is an entire map of the whole universe. Your body is an abstraction of the entire universe. And yet when you see it on the microcosmic level with belonging and ownership, you're just an action figure called me. Around other action figures. Trying to karate chop through all your problems. And you're living like a doll in a dollhouse, not seeing that you are the entire universe, experiencing yourself as a miracle called a person. And the life where the entire universe gets to experience itself as a person, and infinite versions of all aspects of you as this one universe experiencing itself as a person, meets itself as other people, this whole miraculous reality is what we call the dream of life. Some people say Maya or illusion, but illusion makes it sound like it's wrong to be a person. Like it's wrong. Oh God. so in the illusion. It's like you going to the theater and going, oh my god, I'm totally forgetting that this was filmed on a green screen. Totally getting sucked into the movie, but that's what you paid for the ticket to do, is to get sucked into the movie. You paid. And if it's a good one, it's because you got sucked into the movie. And yet in the spiritual journey, we're like trying to not do that. Which is kind of like being one of those annoying people at the movies. Like imagine you're in the movies and every time we got to the good part, the person stood up and goes, by the way, this is all special effects. Don't lose yourself. Root yourself into the theater, people. Hold hands. We can do it. Right? if you, I told you, haven't slept, so it's gonna be one of those days. If you use like analogies like movie theaters, you can see through all this really quickly. You can be in a spiritual setting, and some of this will make a lot of sense. You're like, yeah, okay. No, but then you start applying it to real life, and it doesn't make any sense. You paid to get swept into the movie, so you're here to have feelings, emotions. But is this action figure called me having emotions? No, the entire universe is exploring what it's like to have emotions. And every which way it's experiencing an emotion shows up as a different individual. And if you're this one, you're all of them. You're one, you're all. Which is why me means momentary experience. So really, today is really all about, not about, okay, man, how do I wake up out of the dream? Which is fine, but not even that belongs to you. And you're only trying to wake up out of the dream because you think it's going to make things better and trade up to a better experience because you think your life belongs to you. Even the universe, dressed up as a person that thinks things belong to them, is just the universe experiencing what it's like to have something that it thinks belongs to someone. And on that level, it can be hilarious to see what it's like to pretend like things belong to you, while also seeing that that's just a play. That's just a dream.
Are we living in a dream? The question is asked if we are living in a dream world. And the answer is yes.
Yeah, and here's where I inject into your dream. Hello. I'm a voice in your head. What do you think of that? Wishing you the very best in your search for yourself. Meaning, purpose, value. May you find what you're looking for. Thanks for tuning in. Be sure and share this with your friends if you've gotten anything out of it. My name is Joel T. Bridges. I'm a fictional character in this dream. Don't be upset someday if you wake up and realize that you are the universe.